My my YouTube recommended is like being flooded with revengeance videos, and I'm just happy that that's the timeline we live in. It's good. It's right. All right. Coming on camera. I'm sitting on a stool. I sprained my ankle when? Like the 22nd? So I've been standing on it for like a week and a half, and I should probably like not stand on it. I don't know if I could leave my I don't know if I could push it up a little bit. Oh, it goes up higher. Whew. It does hurt my ass. So in about an hour or two, you're going to hear me going, oh, my ass! And then I'll need to stand again. So it'll just be like a balancing act between my ass and my ankle. Sounds like a good show. Overlord Dean. Thank you. Stream Elements is slow.
Citadulip just resubscribed for 17.
Why did that take? Citadulip, thank you. Why didn't it show Overlord Dean's?
Has never been better. You've messed with the strong Senator, Shepard.
Time to make the mother of all talismans. A little stool under your knee. Like stand like a flamingo? Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I can get like a little cushion. I have a butt pillow. Maybe we'll get it. When my butt starts to hurt, maybe we'll get it. We'll try that out.
Overlord the Unjust resubscribed.
There we go, Overlord. I don't know why it took so long. So, one thing I wanted to test and make absolutely certain is whether or not anti-aerial works on every Elder Dragon. I don't know if that's been tested. It probably has been. But I do want to test it out. Because that might make some changes okay. Why not bring in one of my 6 couches? There's not a ton of room behind me. I mean, I've got a decent amount of room. But I don't know if I have enough room to just, like, have a couch. Why would I wait to receive ass pain? It sneaks up on you. It's like you're a frog being boiled. Had I sprained with a room full of couches, I was going into my basement to work out. And I missed a stair. Oops. So this has it. What would you say about World Iceborne Hunting Horn versus Rise Hunting Horn? I think Rise Hunting Horn is more fun than World Hunting Horn. Personally. So let's get rid of this attack boost. And let's do some testing. So Twitch integration is working now because it was broken and I fixed it. That won't work. Ideally, I'm using a greatsword anyways that has anti-aerial. No matter what I do, it's gonna suck. You're a well done steak? What's that? That is a subscriber. Yeah, okay, thank you again. Maybe we'll try it on the Ibushi greatsword. Broken how? That's weird. I think when that... Remember when Twitch got hacked? And all the streamers' details got leaked everywhere? You remember that? A couple months ago, we found out I was number 3066. I think at one point between then and today, it got revoked. It got compromised. I hate this. This has anti-aerial species. I think I'm just going to have to suck it up and deal with the fact that I'm going to lose tickets no matter what. I don't know, I'm being such a baby. Like, I know what I need to do. I just don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to lose the tickets. You're excited for Lost Ark? Yeah, we're probably going to play that. At least on YouTube, we'll probably play it. I'm such a baby. Be a baby. Just do it. You're going to have to do it. So, let's do a hit here. I'm going to leave my buddies so they don't screw it up. Ever try Spiritomb Elemental Greatsword? Nah, that's not gonna be it. So we will do at least 2 tests. We will do Ibushi. Oh, we'll do Narwa. Do Narwa, we'll do Ibushi. We'll do Kushala. We'll do Teostra. And we will do Chameleos. We'll do Valstrax too. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. And we're gonna run in. We are gonna bop them on the nose. And then we're gonna walk away. We're not gonna grab the spirit bird. You've been binging One Piece and you really needed some variety? I mean, yeah, One Piece is fun, but I'm sure I could get a little old. So we're just gonna do draw slashes on the head. Five. Just did a couple tests. Make sure that wasn't a fluke. It's probably the crit. Oops. Don't worry about it. Does Chameleos have a hidden tongue hit zone? Pookie did in World. What does it say under Kiranika? I don't know. It may not show it. They definitely have the technology to give, like, stuff like that hit zones. Alright. Readily confident that it is 155. Not gonna worry about Ibushi. We'll do Kushala, and then we'll do Valstrax. If it doesn't show it, then I would say it's probably not there. You know what I mean? But I mean, we're not talking about Puka. We're talking about Chameleos's tongue. You might be high though. I mean, it helps if you could record your footage somehow, and you can look back at it.
Dalvin's just resubscribed for 23
Metal
months.
Vines, thank you. Do you recommend Metal Gear Revengeance? You never played it. It's on sale on Steam. It is probably one of the best PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 era games ever made. Yeah, I mean, if you've never played it before, you like that universe. This is getting a lot of people really mad, but in general, Platinum doesn't make particularly great action games, but Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is definitely one of the better ones they've ever made. $132. That looks like 132 to me. Gage, thank you. All right, we're going to try out Valstrax, and then we're going to drop Anti-Aerial. We're going to see if our damage goes down. I don't think it's going to really matter. Like, ultimately, it's kind of a weird thing, because especially if we're talking about, like a Narwhal weapon anyways. We'll see. Number one gift. You're there. Oh, it's February already. Oh, my God. Big update. Coming towards the end of the month. Finally getting all of our event quests. 119. That's probably a crit. I'm happy with that. He's got kind of butt cheeks hit zones, huh? Kind of balanced for Gunlance on that Valstrax. All right, I'm going to do it. Oh, it's painful, but I got to do it. All right, now Ibushi's soul, fortunately for us, does actually nothing. So it's as good as if we didn't have anything equipped in the first place. So it should either be 155 or it could be 148 or so if anti-aerial does nothing. What are we doing right now? I'm just doing a little bit of testing on the anti-aerial ramp-up skill. That's not right. That was not a crit. Did I say 148? Tell me I said 148. Holy crap. That was right off the dome. That was right off the dome, boys. It's okay. It's just simple math. It's nothing that complicated. Very interesting. Very interesting. Kushalis should be around like 145 or so, plus or minus 1, depending on rounding. It's not... I never had an accounting PhD. Although, fun fact, my grandfather did. Do I have a least favorite weapon? Light bowgun. What did I say? One. Like 125 plus or minus 1 or so. Maybe 126. Oh, 126. There it is. Is this determined if anti-aerial is worth it? Yep. I'm just gonna... I think it will work, but I just want to completely confirm that it works on Valstrex. Do you have a least favorite monster? Kind of Rathalos, even though he's pretty good. Test Wyvern Exploit on the Hot Girl. Well, the Wyvern Exploit is very clear in what it works on and it does not work on. It does not work on Elder Dragons. Even though the original translation was like Wyvern Supremacy or something like that. Which is very confusing. That's not it. Cool. All right. It works on all of them. So what does it mean? Apex, Rathalos, any light bowgun of your choice. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Really doing me dirty over here. Sticky time? I'm not that much of a baby. I wonder what his head hit zones go up to. I know for cutting, it gets very high. For shot,
Wilbo 25 just resubscribed.
Not really.
36 months. 3 years of that butt.
Thank you, Wilba. It's not 80. It's not 80 on shot hit zones. His shot hit zones are bad. You really? I hate to say it. There's only really one choice. And yeah, it's shameful. But what else are you gonna do? Let's see if this is fully upgraded. I have this. Just run Pierce. Pierce could work. It could. I'm not running Pierce, though. You're gonna barf? No, I'm not running Sticky. I'm gonna run Slicing. I'm gonna barf? It says it's rammed up. Looks like it's ramped up. No, I mean, it's just for Apex Rathalos, like, normal shots don't make any sense. Oh. Is this missing? This might be missing its power barrel. Yeah, I didn't even add it. Oops. Don't blame me. Blame everything else. Blame the absolutely abysmal hit zones for shot. I don't know if that's like a mechanic they did to try and balance bow or something. I really don't know. So what is this? 3. I think I got a better piece with Crit Eye, kind of. Does this get us too high? No. Starting to work with decos. If you have questions, do I have to make a unique one for each armor set? Or do they transfer when you swap loadouts? They transfer when you swap loadouts. Yeah, we're going to get Rapid Fire 3. I just don't know if I actually have, like, those decos made or not. Is it salvo? I have 1. Yeah, no, it would be insane if you had to, like, craft them for each set. That aspect of the game has gotten better over time. This is terrible. I guess I'll just check my talismans for rapid fire up. Well, I guess we're not going to be maxing it out, and that's fine, I guess. We'll get there eventually. I guess I'll have to fight some Narwhals. Hooray. Just what we want to see, streamer. Is it a level 3 deco? It is. Actually, you want to try and get a pretty good thing out of it then. Incognito Man, hello. He's putting in the work, guys. You have no idea. Well, you might have a little bit of an idea. Actually, I think I can get away with Ingot, right? 50, 80, yeah, it should be fine. So we'll finish crit. Crit. Could I just do salvo as well? Or whatever it is. Not salvo, Thrift? This is fine. This is completely fine. You unlocked all 3 switch crystals with hammer, but you can't select Impact Crater. Impact Crater cannot be replaced. Not every switch skill can be customized. Or Wirebug skill can be customized. High and slow. That might be overkill. You found a bug, but it was only because you had so many, like, debug options, it was tweaking out. That's kind of funny. Can I replace one quick load with or one absorber with a quick load? Elemental Day? Well, now you're going to see not Elemental Day, and you're going to cry. It's really not a very good talisman here. We're going to switch it to... It's just the pain is temporary. Slice is better. We're fighting a... Somebody wants me to do an Apex Rathalos. Okay. I've been lied to, streamer. 35, 65, 95. It's good enough. No, we're not doing Rajang Sticky Light Bowgun. The request was Apex Rathalos with Light Bowgun. I promise you it'll be over soon. I can guarantee you that much. Just want to round out your stream name badges? Is that your game? Is that your excuse? I think we do have some slash berries. What else do I use other than slicing? Normal 2? Normal 3? Just looking for gunpowder. Just buy it. Is there a skill that boosts slicing? I mean, all of your damage skills will boost it. And then, yeah, rapid fire up will boost it as well. Be a good monster to practice Savage Axe on. Rathian or Apex Rathian. Both are fine. You got Spare Shot 2 with 3 slot? That's great. How am I supposed to know what to build for my Elemental Lance and Sword and Shield sets? I'm working on it. I honestly think I like Apex Rathalos better than normal Rathalos. He's in a weird spot. Bangamalo isn't a terrible test guy either, because like he does have a lot of moments where he just kind of like stands still. I wonder if this has the switch skills on it. Yep. This is filthy. Oh, it's gonna get a lot. Once he's enraged, that damage is gonna get so much higher. See? There it is. Oh. I don't have, Thought I had that. Oops. My attack window! I'm not even upset that slicing does this much damage. I'm just upset that in this one matchup in particular, like, there's really not much that can compete bowgun-wise. Do I feel bad? No, I don't feel bad. He's out of enrage. I don't mean any disrespect to the gunner streamers out there, but if you're streaming and like the majority of your streams are similar to this, I don't know how long you can keep people's attention. I know a lot, they're born. Every once in a while, as a little stream, narcolepsy is a treat. Fine. Time to go back to the tent? Yeah. It's fun to play, but not fun to watch. I mean, it's like watching somebody play Cookie Clicker or something like that. And my set could be definitely better. I could definitely have a better talisman than what I have. You're gonna hoard it until I become a light bowgun streamer? I think I have it set so that you can only request one hunt a day. So if you want to be the one guy that gets me to do one light bowgun hunt a day, I mean, you could be that guy. So one streamer using RE framework while streaming TA runs? Is that legal? Anything you see on PC is an exhibition, Mixilog. I didn't mean to go that far. Somebody released a POV mod for Rise. It was vomit inducing. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of mods to work, you have to have RE framework up. I don't know, man. Like, I just don't... I don't get too involved in the TA community. Like, I'll do good runs, but I don't feel like recording TA runs is good stream content. Like, I think it can get very boring. So that's one part of it. And then the other part is it's like, essentially, you either... You're competing with a lot of people that do use cheats. And that doesn't always mean the runs are good. Like, just because you're cheating doesn't mean your runs are good. Likewise, just because your runs are good doesn't mean you are cheating. But it definitely, like, you know, it's a little bit like somebody farted on your Cheerios. No need for me to do TA. You're the NA Monster World Champ, 4th in the world. I mean, accurate. I have a TA runner I love to watch, and he doesn't even communicate in English at all. But I will admit, like, usually once he starts resetting his runs, I just stop watching. I click off. No, there was no Nova. There was no Nova. There was also nothing interesting. I died once. That was cool. That was my favorite part. My favorite part of the hunt was me dying. I yearned for the sweet release of death, and Rathalos gave it to me. You don't like those good TA runs where they fix monster attacks and positioning? I mean, that's part of resetting, right? That's a funny end screen. Oh, we got a gem. I don't know if that'll ever use it. All right, there you go. Back to testing aerial. Anti-aerial. So that means that for Tigrex in particular, Tigrex and Basil, you do get a lot of use out of the Narwhal Sword and Shield. You deserve that gem. Did not deserve that gem. So let's maybe do a hunt like that. Because anti-aerial should scale Thunder as well. And it will actually give us more attack boost. This could be fun. This could be a lot of fun. I don't normally like running Drill Slash. Personally. You get white. How easy do you get it? This means this will also be good against anything that's listed as a Flying Wyvern or Elder Dragon. It affects Element and Ra. I think I want to run this. We're going to run it like this. Is what we're going to do. Drill Slash is satisfying, but it feels very annoying to land. Let's do a little demonstration. 5%. That's a 5% boost. That's really annoying. We're gonna have to figure something out about that. So lateral slash hits for about 288. Like, drill slash is definitely more damage. Maybe we can get, maybe not all those hits crit. I just find that I usually miss some hits there. Lateral slash also feels like it comes out maybe a little bit faster. Whatever. I guess we'll run it. We'll use it on downs. Or some downs or some good opportunities. Gonna be hard to build for. Definitely gonna want that. Something like this. Does that get us 85? How many slots do we have? Oh, that's annoying. Oh well, we got 3 sharpness, so... Definitely the sort of thing where I wish there was a quest or a way to farm... the big wetfish guys. So was that like 3:30 before? Ooh, what the hell was that? Oh, okay. I wasn't doing the spinning Reaper at the end. I'm like, what? Like 10% more damage. Just by adding more thunder there. No, it's fine. It's definitely fine. Whoa! So, this would be good against Kushala. This would be good against Tigrex. This would be good against Basil. It's actually a reasonable to start farming up some narwhal weapons, in a way. It's actually really not bad raw. All things considered, for having that much thunder. We'll test it out on a Kushala. And then we'll probably do a Tigrex hunt? Something like that. If you could tolerate long sharpening animations, I think the hunter legs would be a little bit better. Or if you just had, like, you know, enough great wetfish that you don't mind using them forever. I should probably grab this wire bug. That's depressing. And that 1 point of evade extender makes you feel like you're trucking. How's the swinging wirebug skill with Element, the swap for Metsu? It's pretty good, and it is, in a way, a counter. But the biggest use for Shoryugeki is getting a KO. It's basically a guaranteed KO if you land it well. When you get 2 KOs a hunt, it just feels like it's worthwhile. There's a couple frames there. Why are we getting all framing? What is going on with my game? The lag beast has invaded. That was my game. That wasn't the stream. That wasn't OBS. feel like the dog sharpening is much safer. It's definitely safer. Guess we'll get the bomb wake up. That'll probably get us a KO. Maybe not. He's so far away. Gotta hear them. Does that first hit of the shield just like not do that much damage? Been using hard Paracat dual blades and Poundlet set up for SOS. How many KOs do you usually get? Oh no! No! It kind of makes you feel like sometimes you want to run Bomber just to like make up for the fact whenever you eat beans. Yeah, I'm not sure if I love the Drill Slash. I'm being honest with you. 3 pairs? 3 pairs in SOS is good. Like, it's definitely good damage. But, like, I don't know. Doesn't feel like amazing damage. And a lot of times, the opening for it leaves you unable to do Reaping Slash at the end anyways. Compared with Lateral Slash, I feel like I usually have enough time to get the Reaping Slash off. Is that just me? What does Gourmet Fish do? Gives you passive health for like 90 seconds. Fume alone. We're testing anti-aerial fume. It works on the, works on the big boys. Oh no. He got out in time. Good. Maybe with that, the Ibushi Lance hits a lot harder. How's Element going? Good. We're going to try Ibushi Lance on Narwa soon. It's not always the element that comes ahead. It's the ramp-up skills. That was awkward. Better than Critlet? You tell me. Yes. It's not copium. Oh, shoot! When you miss it, though, it feels really bad. Oh, shoot! I'm actually getting really excited about Ibushi Lance right now. You have no idea. Very excited. I'm just grabbing this shiny. Lance isn't boring anymore. If it's non-stop spiral thrust spam, I get it. But like played like actual Lance using like insta-guards and stuff, I think it's pretty okay. Yo, actually, Fume, you're right. Maybe I should just make the Ibushi Charge Blade. That's a great idea. Lance is fun. I think it's okay. That felt okay. I mean, obviously it wasn't a perfect hunt, but it definitely felt powerful. Lance mains rise up. It's a good weapon. It's a lot of fun in this game. You don't vibe with the Lance fantasy? I'm just thinking it's 30 less raw, but in exchange I get 35 thunder. How many KOs? One? It was really bad. I missed like every single Shoryugeki on the head. I think I'd like it better, even though it's like an elemental sword and shield. I just feel like I'd like Hard Basher better. I know that's really strange. New to the monster community was wondering where the best place for finding meta builds sharing monster strats is. There's a lot of communities. How much are you willing to tolerate insufferable mean people that will yell at you for not using a meta weapon? I'm thinking about in regards to the Rathian Sword and Shield. We have a pretty good community. And nobody's judgy. And we've got very powerful sets. But at the same time, like, you don't always, like, I don't know. We have an open mind, which sometimes means we could beat the meta. So. The thing is with, like, Kushala, he's so weak to poison anyways. Like, I don't know that we would even do that much better of a damage with Thunder Sword and Shield over their Poison Sword and Shield. Not using Nargar Tigrex! How dare you! Start. We have a Discord. Start there. It's a good Discord. It really is. I mean, I'm biased, but it's a good Discord. I am a working class streamer. Thank you. How's Insectlave at the moment? There are certain matchups where Element is good, but Narga is just such a busted one that it feels bad. Yeah, I think for Kushala specifically, you're better off just using poison. Are we at a conclusion yet? What does anti-air mean? See, anti-aerial species means you get an additional 5% damage against the monster. Morning, Chrono. World or Rise, which one do I prefer? I love them both. And so anything that's listed under the hunter notes as like... I think bird wyverns count. Flying wyverns count. And then elder dragons. Definitely works on Narwhal. Definitely works on Valstrax. I'm assuming it also works on... What else would it work on? It would work on Chameleos, but like you're not going to bring like... I don't think there's any fire anti-aerial weapons anyways. If there aren't many. Is it better to typically run Narga or Tiger Claw weapons if you have access to both? It really depends. With like a really great charm, in general, Tigrex weapons can outperform Narga, especially if you're running like a fighter cat. If you're doing a TA run, no cats or anything else, Narga might come out ahead. Especially if you're running Dragonheart builds, Narga's the way to go. Anti-air is 5% more, yeah. I mean, Diablos and Bizarios are both... They're both the Flying Wyverns, right? Yeah. As long as it says Flying Wyverns. Talking about making a Narwa, or sorry, a Bushi Charge Blade. I don't know how good that is. It's interesting. I wish it had 210 raw and not 200 raw. Can you yell at SOS nerds to stop healing us so they don't mess up your Dragonheart Hunting Horn build? That sounds like a personal problem. That sounds like it's your issue. I'm the guy that likes to run healing up like the Teostra Horn with like wide range fish. That's like my favorite. I wish I had 10 more raw. If I had 10 more raw, I'd be really excited about it. As it is, I'm a little on the fence. Not gonna lie. Pounder of rice? I've been meaning to make a like a rampage one that looked like that. Yeah, the annoying thing about this one is like I've got what the hell is it? Wyvern exploit, and like I don't want to make two of them. That'd be silly. Isn't he weak to fire, kind of? It's a secondary weakness. Not, like, significant. Guess I can just run raw Charge Blade on him. Feels bad. Maybe I could put artillery on instead of peak performance for the occasional, and it will be occasional SAEDs. Maybe it won't feel quite as bad. Pound of rice with full counter setup isn't bad at all. Doesn't it get stuck in green, though? There's a lot of choices I could go fume. But I do want to get a wind orb, so we're going to do the Ibushi event. I'm assuming it's got like a higher drop rate. I know his rampages are pretty good for it. Two-arm man, I feel like they were actually planning on doing something with that in Base Rise. I just think they never got around to doing it. I think it was just like a little oops. Couldn't get it figured out. Wasn't a priority. Not the best setup, but whatever. You guys have been open to Savage Axe? It's very fun. Nargacuga makes it so that you kind of run everything. Like, load up is not really necessary. If you're talking about the difference in damage between 3 files and 5 files, it's kind of minimal. Man, I've never been able to get that. You like load up for Axe Hopper? If you're just doing like full on Axe Hopper spam, I understand. The way that they changed Savage Axe, in my opinion, is actually really interesting. It takes a lot more thought, and you have to manage it a lot better relative to World, where it was just like, I'll just spend all my files or I'll do up-down. Doesn't he normally do like a spinny thing here? Yeah, this is the only part I dislike about this event, this fight, is it's like, this is the only thing this guy has got. This is his, this is just what he does now. The other parts of the fight are fine, just, this is just silly. Literally clicking rocks. Don't do it. Every time you're thinking about doing it, just don't. Buy more bath salts? I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I'm using a critlet weapon because I want to get a dragon weapon, but I'm on the fence. I think there is hope for a Bushi Charge Blade. Like, I think we will make it and try it out. Is Valstrak's Charge Blade not good enough? I would need to build 2 of them. And I feel like Ibushi might come out ahead anyways. I have my reasons for believing that. Oh, too much damage. That hit. Valstrax is more comfy? I would argue Narwa's or Ibushi's still very comfy. I mean, arguably even more comfy. You get a lot more blue than Valstrax gets white. Is Charge Blade still good without the Saw style? Sure it is. If you're okay, you know, missing lots of hits. That was almost okay. Did you know your plates can expire? I have no idea what you're talking about. Plates? What? Head plates. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. We talking about, like, human modifications? You don't have a car? I've got a car. I almost never use it. Why would your license plate expire? In what state? No, I do have a car. It's not a great car, but it exists. South Carolina? I see. Sounds like scams if you ask me. Yeah, I mean you have to renew your registration. That was all right. Buy Jen a new car. She's the only one that's been using the Switch, and her car is fine. We paid it off like 2 years ago. I have to renew my plates to pay for highways. No, I got to renew my plates to line the pockets of politicians and their friends that are in construction. My chauffeur deals with renewing plates. Fine is not nice. Learn to live an aesthetic lifestyle. Want for nothing, and you'll never feel pain. Have money on highways. You get a new couch, but not a new car. She has a new car. Her car is way newer than mine. This is mean? What weapons does Val beat Ibushi at, except for dual blades? Question is whether or not Valstrax will beat Ibushi if we're using anti-aerial. And I should be able to do the math, but rather than do it, I'm just going to make it and test it. The suspense is killing me. It's a lot of dragon. Ibushi's already also missing a slot here, which could end up going a long way with Scalticor. Are any non-poison status weapons worth using? Yeah, there's the pair of dual blades. Can I explain how tire taxes are a scam? I don't, what is this like, trying to bait me into a high rank gonna work? I'm not gonna get baited that easily. Right? Like, the elemental file is gonna deal more damage, Fume. Do I make 2 of these? I think I do. Car talk stream? It just sounds like somebody's making poor life choices. Like, how are you in a situation where you're, like, getting your license pulled away from you? What are you doing? Or your driver's plates? Make 2 of them for dual blades? It does feel like it would be worth it. You know, it ends up being something like... almost 5% more raw damage anyways. The dragon's going to be higher anyways. Do you think Val weapons would be stronger if the white sharpness became purple in Sunbreak? I mean, purple sharpness is a pretty decent upgrade. It's not as big of a jump from blue to white. Normally they stay in white, I think. I don't think they ever get purple. Ibushi will get to white, but you gotta, like, put way too much into them for them to do it, for it to be worth it. Start with that, something like that. 2, 4, 7. Tri-head purple weapons. That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head that got you up to purple. Crit Eye might be better. The Crit Eye talisman that I have. So we're going to need some more Crit Eye anyways, I think. 15, 65. I'd still like to get attack 7. Hopefully we can get to it. Technically, that last point of crit eye would be nice. Huh. Kind of missing a lot of... level 1 slots. I have an idea, but I'm worried people will laugh at me. See, elemental modifier in Pizza Cutter. Somebody in chat alleged that it was 30%. Yeah, I think it works out in this one weird situation. Did G introduce blue or white or just blue? I think it probably just went to blue. How much of a boost does crit element give? 5%. It's like a rounding error. Do I have mods for Rise? I am an official Capcom content creator. How dare you even allege that I would use mods? No, I mean, I'll probably use them soon, but I'm not using any right now. There's some really cool ones. The slow motion mod looks really great, actually. Am I allowed to use a DPS tracker mod? I mean, like a squad of people aren't going to come into my house and like slap the controller out of my hand if I did. But I mean, if you're doing like any sort of like TA running or RTA running, you should not be using that. Does that stop people from using it? I mean, a lot of the Western TA runners are like, you know, drowning in cheats. They like fix monster health, fixed monster size, fixed monster start location, run the damage tracker. I mean, it gets wild out there, man. And then they get really mad if you say they're cheating, so I don't know what else to say. Can't make it up. Where are the hell the arachnoids? There's like 2 of them? There's another one. Yeah, no, we're making the Alacanth chest. I need more level 1 slots. And dragon attack. And that actually is going to give me 2 points of dragon attack. The thing is like, at least, you know, half the people that run the damage tracker not only tell people about it, a lot of them will even like copy the logs from it and then post it in chat afterwards like they're gloating. What about Dover? Maybe. I think for what I want though, I think the chest is about, the butterfly chest is about perfect for what I need. I need more bugs. How is knowing the health of a monster cheating in a speedrun? How does it affect the run? You might change your strategy. You know, you might go in for a hit that you know you would normally lose the trade in, but then you know if you hit it, you'll survive. You'll have constant knowledge of how close a monster is to a KO or a status or a part flinch. These are all massively beneficial things that could help you in any sort of a run. And people use them. So, I don't know. I mean, you may not consider it cheating, and that's fine. I mean, that's a personal opinion. I can't. I mean, I'll look at the Dover chest as well. You did that one time because you said there's a 100% chance you carried? Toxic. First rule of cheating, never admit it. What if you said, if you think I cheated, I cheated? Is that an admission? It's technically not cheating, but it's a bad advantage that you'd have to learn as a runner. No, it is cheating. It is technically cheating. It is tactical and literal cheating. So. Let me ask you this. Do you think if you're at the North American or Japanese regional Monster Hunter tournaments and the setup was on PC and you said, could I install a damage tracker, would they allow that? Serious question. How do you think they would react? But streamer! Okay. Enough said. Don't answer it for them? Not I know. If it was a serious question, you wouldn't laugh about it? All right. It has a point of power prolonger, but it doesn't have the crit eye that I want. So yeah, it's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just some guy on the internet. I mean, look, if you're just using it for yourself to, like, figure stuff out, like, obviously, like, whatever. It's not a big deal. But if you're using it in the context of, like, you're actually doing a run, then, yeah, I think it's kind of messed up to use it. It's going to help a lot. And we get a point of crit element. What's a good way to melt stuff besides Narwa? Any other Elder Dragon or Basil is usually pretty good. If it's trackable, then it's using a tool assist to save you from tracking it in your head. I mean, is that a skill that shouldn't matter? Because it's hard to do. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, that's the debate I hear the most, is if it's theoretically humanly possible, then if you use a tool to let you do it, it's not cheating because a human could do it before. I mean, that's how you feel. I mean, that's fine. I can't really argue with that if that's your take on it. See what happens if I run it like this. Any plan on how you want Capcom to update, upgrade, change Rampage quests? I would be very happy if they just completely changed the balance between attacking and the hunting installations. That's kind of like where I get the most soured on. So I need to use 6 points here between Tenderizer and Crit Boost. I may have to drop these arms. Or not. So installation's too strong at the start? I think there should just be, like, less of them. Oh my god, I actually did it. Check this out. Wow. Huh? It's always a cheater having the most excuses for it doesn't matter so much. There's usually, like, some extremely powerful cognitive dissonance that comes into cheaters. I mean, and that's, you know, yeah, I mean, if you follow, like, the people that analyze speedrunners, is the excuse is always, I could have done it, but something happened that prevented me from being able to do this good run. So I'll just cheat this one time to get the run that I deserve. You know, it's a self-entitled thing. Broken charm? Critical element charm? I mean, this is an okay charm, but it's not amazing. Oh, wait. This isn't even the charm I wanted. Hey, thanks. I can get 1 point of, 1 point of grinder now. Make that a little less painful. Social dissonance? A little bit. That crit eye charm is very good, but I'm not even using it. Besides, we are in agreement. It's a speedrun. You should have access to nothing extra. All right. Well. Look, I've got a very clear opinion on it. And it's weird because I feel like I'm like in the absolute smallest of minority in Western Monster Hunter players. Like, there's some other people, obviously, that just play the game for fun. But anyone that plays it competitively in the West, it feels like just wants to, like, layer on every cheat that they could possibly get. How to open up selected charm search? You press Y. I think there's other ways to do it, but Y under the equipment box, go to talisman. Imagine playing games just for fun. For fun stream. Kingdom Hawk, hello. All right, so let's try this again. I think this is going to be really good. I mean, for most MMOs, keys be like, I would assume, I would hope the most people using them there are doing it as like a learning tool. And not like a shame tool. And I don't know, it feels like it's so commonly accepted there. Like, I'm sure there's not, you know, Savage Clear groups, world's first Savage Clear groups that don't use it extensively. I mean, it's just like baked into the game at this point. What happened to the Ibushi Charge Blade plan? Issue with the Ibushi Charge Blade is it only has 200 raw. I feel like 210 isn't enough. Because we have damage numbers to rise, we can just add the damage done and get a rough HP value. Why not just use the tool if that's what you want? Yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to do, man, I mean, that's fine. It's your choice. If you're submitting a competitive run, though, you should arguably not do that. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Sure, I mean, people don't like resetting because the monster's in the wrong area. People don't like resetting because the monster rolled high life and they didn't know. There's all sorts of reasons to not like resetting. But I don't know how, like, this one community decided, like, even though, like, virtually every other speedrun community in the world is like, yeah, we don't use tools here. And they're like, but we'll do it because we don't want to. That's more damage. That is a lot of damage. Yeah, 29's pretty good. I mean, the only sort of mod that I know of is there was like a Mirror's Edge run that had something halfway through the run that was like pure RNG. There was like no skill involved in it at all, and you could be having a good run and just get it messed up because of some RNG thing, and they modded it. I mean, if they agree on it, If there's like universal agreement by like 90% of the people, it's fine. All I'll just say is the vast majority of runners that go out and get a good run, you know, in the classic fashion, will probably end up having a better looking fight anyways. And like you're kidding yourself if you think like when you submit cheated runs and stuff that like at some level people won't figure it out or understand, or when they do figure out and understand like how much it diminishes the run that you did. Yeah, I don't like not having evade extender on. One point of evade extender would be great. Well, what it is I need to use the zoomy skill a little bit more. I might try and find a way to slip it in. Arguably, I could... Oops, what am I doing? I could probably drop the Almudron helm for something else. Just the Almudron helm's already such good value. Offensive guard and evade extender. That could maybe work. I'm usually not a fan of offensive guard. I just feel like it doesn't last long enough. But hey, you get a cool sound effect out of it, right? That's cool. Happy Lunar New Year? Was that today? You're the tiger, right? That's a weird attack. I don't think I've ever seen that before. When am I going to get good fashion? Oh my god, you have no idea how often people ask for this set for fashion. Out of touch chatter. I feel like the elemental SAED is actually pretty good here. That's a lot of damage. That's pretty wild. When do we get buff body? We should get buff body. We deserve it. You like my set a lot? Thank you. Random armor that is painted gold isn't good? I don't understand this fate. What is this? What is this fate? I'm kidding. Here. You're having a bad day. I'll see you tomorrow. I don't know what's going on. Get some coffee or something. I don't know what to tell you. Streamer, I don't like this. I don't like that. Why don't you do this other thing? Do it yourself. You having a great day because of me, Couchmaster? Thank you. It's not even all Rathian armor. It's just like the Rathian legs. You don't like how I'm not showing butthole? What a great... Would that be like a blessed, like, Chinese New Year? Yeah, I mean, the math that I did in my head, and like, I'd have to really spreadsheet it, but you know, you're able to build Ibushi and Valstrax basically the same. But at least for Charge Blade, the fact that the Ibushi Charge Blade only had 200 raw. And then it had Impact File, which, I mean, Impact File is cool, but not necessary. Can you launch the monsters like you can the other monsters of the game? There's no Clutch Claw, but there is zero-sum discharge from the Switch X. Spore Ibushi. Probably gonna run. No! My sad! You regret making an ugly male character for your PC Rise? You get a free character change voucher under Steam. Missed one. Clutch Claw wasn't well liked. It had some interesting moments, but in general, people did not like it as a mechanic. Been styled. That back looks like. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kind of hard to hit. The switch between light and heavy weapons is probably what made it so controversial. If every light weapon can tenderize in one hit, it would have been fine. And then this, like, get rid of the pods on tenderizing mechanic. Because almost every map had, like, an abundance of pods anyways. That's some good damage. Right? That was okay. That was like over 500 damage. That was great. Wow. Rapid Morph helps a little bit, Mixilog, yeah. It gets you in and out of Savage Axe pretty quick. Wall banging was lame? The issue with wall banging was Rocksteady and Temporal Mantle just made it so easy. It technically will get your SAED out slightly faster as well, but I mean, that's inconsequential. The Almudron Helm works pretty well for it. So with this exact setup, I would not be able to... I mean, I could just drop some crit, but I kind of like being at 100% crit. That's pretty neat. What Zodiac am I if I'm 27? I don't follow horoscopes. I have no idea. Drop crit? I know, it's shameful. But I really am, like, missing, like, that 1 point of evade extender. It would be really nice to have. I agree with Fume. It makes everything so much easier to get around. But I think Valstrax's braces would be better in this case. Because I got that 1 extra point of, the extra level 1 here, I could probably drop the Lagambi arms, honestly. And then we'll end up at, like, something like 95? Something like that. That's fine. I mean, we'd even maybe even do, like, latent power. As weird as that sounds. Or maybe the ingot legs here? Two, 4, 7. Actually, is this just perfect? It's just perfect. I think we got it. Not using a set builder? No. I don't find any. Does this actually end up being better anyways? Somehow? Nah, it's about the same. But we're able to move it around a little bit. What does latent power do? It gives you affinity and helps with your stamina management. Gives you reduced stamina usage. I think that's going to be a lot better. As weird as it sounds. I've definitely used set builders before, but I don't feel like World or Rise, we really need them. What's your consensus on Rapid Morph Charge Blade? It's helpful for, like, Savage Axe and getting, like, SAEDs out, I think, a little bit faster. I made a video on it. Should we watch it? Let me see if I have it. I could have sworn I made a video on Rapid Morph. It's only 2 minutes long. All right, everyone. Let's assume I did my math properly. I want you to imagine you're at a... What the hell? Hold on. What just happened? All right, everyone. This is Shepard. I want you to imagine you're at a fine dining restaurant. You've just spent about $100 on a single plate appetizer. That's not me. I'm not bougie. I'm not like that. That is the amount of work that I have put into this video. Wanting to see if Rapid Morph or Focus benefit SAD animations at all. And I can explain it to you, or I could show you. This is going to get very satisfying very soon. So by my eyes, and by counting the frames, Rapid Morph ever so slightly does speed up the SAED animation. Now, it doesn't speed up the entire animation because it's not transforming the whole way, but in that one part of the animation when you're going from sword mode to axe mode, that gets sped up by whatever the the 30%. So you do get an SAD out just a little bit sooner. Is it going to help you actually land any more SADs? Probably not. If you're going to whiff one, you're probably going to whiff another. I would normally do a charge blade hunt here. Let's see if I feel like doing one. I don't really feel like doing one right now. So instead, what I want you to do, go to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv.
Okay, you're already here.
SDShepard. Drop a follow over
Well,
there.
I'm glad I did that math. What the hell was that comment about spending $100 on an appetizer? What is wrong with me? I've seen some of the videos from Vicisium, yeah. What? No, I don't do that. I don't do that. I've never spent $100 on an appetizer. That's not something I would do. I've sometimes ordered an appetizer for dinner. I've ordered the steak tartare before. Does that sound like a bougie thing to order? It's really good, though. Wagyu steak tartare? I don't think it was Wagyu. I think it was filet mignon. I think it was beef tenderloin. I'm not acting bougie and rich again. I promise you I'm not bougie. Oh, look at that. It's not an appetizer? It is where I was. That's a main meal? It was on their appetizer menu. I'm not flexing my wealth. It's so much better. Oh my god. Dude, I saw 32s popping out there. That's crazy. When do I play Pokemon Monster Hunter? Are the games even that similar? Did I get them all? Okay. Blue cheese and black truffle croquettes, 150 for $2? I mean, truffles are expensive. Like, you're gonna get real truffles. Sure how I feel about your sub when it goes to $100 appetizer? It really doesn't. I kind of love this. I wonder if this set wins on Narwa somehow. Pal World? I think I saw videos of that, and it actually did look pretty fun. Can I get this? What the hell? Tweakolly, thank you. That's bad. That's really bad.
Does Rapid Morph make a tangible difference from counter P performance to Rapid Morph? It's already really fast at a counter peak performance. I haven't tested it though, so I can't really say. Does this open up now? If I thought about not getting hit. If I never got hit, then what would happen to the max potion and gourmet fish industry? It'd be in shambles. The Narwa fight is definitely better than Ibushi. That's upsetting. They'll survive? Oh no. Economies in strange places nowadays. Dude, hitting 30s on the head is insane. That's crazy. I don't know why I do that. I don't know if it's even worth trying to go for blocking the tail. This is fine. Oh, I didn't have any. Oops. Why is this thing upside down? We all want to know. It's just turning into a clown show. I don't think I've done this other one yet. How do I not have files? I did the SCD counter. I have no idea. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I can't tell you. I have no explanation. No, you trade Pizza Cutter for the shield buff, or sword buff. Some sexy Switch X damage? Well, it's technically Charge Blade and not Switch X. Wow, that head. That's a very large hitbox. I'm actually using my Switch Pro controller. Something's going on with my Thrustmaster. I don't know what it is. I need to spend some time tweaking it in the Thrustmaster program. It's not that bad, but like, it's like one of the triggers is too sensitive, the other one's not sensitive enough. Like, and you could tweak all those things. I just need to go in and like, do that. I mean, you could use the Switch Pro controller on PC, no problem. I think I am using a Mayflash adapter. The Magic Joy. Whatever it's called. Been carding Apex Mitsu? She's hard. What weapon were you using? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be spending all of your files on SAEDs anyways, you usually just want the charged sword. It's going to give you a lot more benefit than the axe. Switch axe? Sounds fun. I don't think I made anti-aquatic switch axe yet. Oh, so lame. No, I think the Zenogre switch axe is power file, right? I don't think it's got elemental file. Wish this charge blade was good against everything and not just dragon? Well, I mean, it is a dragon. It's a dragon charge blade. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I actually really like it a lot. I could definitely recommend it. Definitely worth making. It's definitely worth making 2 of them, I think. It is not the best all around, no. No, because the dragon damage isn't going to deal very noticeable damage to most monsters. Most monsters take like a little bit of dragon, but it's usually like 5 or 10%. So it's like not enough to really matter. Like Mitsu takes like a little bit. Basil takes a little bit. Chameleos, Teostra. I mean, a lot of things take like a little bit, like 5%. Why? Because you want the different ramp-up skills. Like, Wyvern Exploit is going to be, like, way better on anything that it works on, but Attack Boost will be better on, like, Ibushi Narwa. How many pages of charms do I have left? I did a little bit of melding today. I don't really want to pick them up yet. I want to wait till it's finished. But, like, we've got room. I think I'm, like, around, like, 10 pages, 8 pages. Anti-aquatic switch axe. We can do that. Got plenty of Jaspers. Lots of level 1 slots, too. Wow. We can almost just make it. I just need to delete Royal Ludroth. I think. Did I do any mining last night? No. But we've got enough money to make that. I worked out. I finished my full set. It took me hours because I was just talking junk in the Discord, but I did finish. Proud? Thought you'd be. Silver egg, I'm rich now. It helps. Contested weapons with inherent mind's eyes receive a 30% damage increase as well. I have no idea what you mean. As in weapons that won't bounce? I mean, that's not necessarily mind's eye. I don't really understand your question. I want to understand. Inherent mind's eye. Mind's eye is a good skill, though, if you build for it. I mean, that doesn't necessarily... Just because something has, like, inherent mind's eye, or, you know, it's not going to bounce inherently, doesn't mean it's automatically going to get the damage buff. It all comes down to what is the hit zone of what you're hitting on the monster. Ludrop is kind of interesting in Rise. Like, if he was really strong and really fast, he actually has kind of a tricky moveset. Basically, if you were going to hit a monster's spot, did the math on it. Isn't it like 37%? 37% less damage taken means Mind's Eye will trigger. It's something like that. No, you have to run the skill. You absolutely have to run the skill if you want to get the damage boost. 100%. Because you don't have the skill equipped. Thanks, you're welcome. It's a lot of Zenogre scraps. Sponsored? Sponsored by what? Sponsored by who? What are you talking about? Girat. Oh, it's going to be so nice. I'm going to have Evade Extender too on here. Do I want that? Do you need to? I think you do need to. I don't think there's a better thing to run anyways. You might have to drop these for Hunter Greaves. Do we need all that? Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Oh, hard to build for. There are certain matchups, major guns, where Mind's Eye will trigger enough that it can be convenient, but not in the majority of the popular fights. Like Magnum Malo, you can go for his back legs, and it's kind of nice. Arachne Kodachi is an obvious candidate. Might just put Almadron on. If I do that, do I run Ingot Greaves? Does that one work better? Is that Fiji in the bottle? I have electrolytes that I take. These are electrolytes. All right. Plenty of slots. It should be not too hard to max out Thunder Attack and get us almost all the way through Speed Sharpening. When my mother came to visit, she actually did get me a case of Fiji water. Is that bad? Is that a rich person thing? I don't know what I'm running out of space. Never admit this? I'm just asking. How good is a normal Wrap It Up 2 talisman with 3 1 slots? Extremely good. I do not pay $100 in appetizers. I'm not flexing with my money. I didn't even buy it. She bought it. I drink tap water through a filter. That's what I do. I have a filter. I bought it off of Amazon. I pour the water in. I drink that. Not rich parents. It's not a $600 filter. It's really not. I'm just misunderstood. I'm like the most misunderstood person ever. She bring me another couch too? No. This should be a good hunt. We'll just do the we'll do the normal one. No. Let's be brave. Let's do the spooky one. Producing 1 Fiji water bottle uses 2 gallons of water and 2,000 times more energy than tap water? I'm sorry. I promise you, I have not bought any myself. I really didn't. But I guess she gets, like, indigestion or heartburn, and, like, the water helps with that. How was the 2008 recession for me? It was awful. That was a bad time to be working or not working or looking for a job or anything. In some ways, it's... From a job perspective, it was worse then than it is now. Things were screwed up. And the worst part about it being screwed up is there was no reason for it to be screwed up. It was just rich people making mistakes and then everybody else paying the price. See some hunting run play? I'd be happy to. $570,000 to sell your home? Seems worth it. hell have I not taken a hit yet? Oh, there it goes. Should I just done an invincible gambit? Probably. Do I have a main weapon? No. I play all of them. The only thing I don't really play is Light Bowgun. She thinks I don't like the peasant Templar. No, 2008 was really rough. Like, nobody was hiring. The places that were hiring knew that they had advantage. Like, they weren't paying you anything. Even, like, I decided just to go back to school and get my master's. That's how bad it was. I'm like, I guess I'll just get a degree because, like, there's no point in trying to find, like, any sort of, like, normal career out there right now. That was weird. Havoc Punk, thank you. You'll notice your status is fixed. This won't hit me, right? Woo! Thank you very much. Just a tiny. Oh! Do you have any research experience in applying for your master's program? When applying for my master's, no. When I did my master's program, I did do research on, basically on highway spending. But, like, I don't want to get into that right now. I was curious as to find out the determinants of discretionary federal spending. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, that's literally what my research project was on. Truth be told, I played a lot of Monster Hunter in my masters. We're gonna go in. Power file plus, woo! Yo, that evade extender too? That was really helpful there. Holy crap. Power file plus only speech, protective polish 2 feels kind of rough to run. Do your masters during one of my hunts? Nice. Did my masters include lance impact damage calculations? It involved me getting government data and running multiple linear regressions on them and then trying to correct for any sort of errors in the data. When you do financial analysis, it can be a lot harder than normal analysis because you have a lot of reinforcing factors, and you have to, like, control for that. It's been a while, but stuff like heteroscedasticity, serial correlation, stuff like that. What software did I use? I don't think it was R. MATLAB, maybe? It's been a while. I would probably be able to do it again if I needed to right now, but it's been a very long time. No, I'm not making up words. Those are real words. Me saying nerdy math stuff makes you happy? It's really interesting. I mean, you can only ever, like, get up to a certain confidence level. Like, you can't ever really prove anything. But at the very least, my basic analysis showed that states that are normally, like, you would think it'd be against the federal spending, for whatever reason, get a lot of federal spending. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And when I mean, like, discretionary spending, I mean, like, spending for projects that aren't, you know, military stuff wasn't included, transfer payments like disability and unemployment weren't included. It was really, like, stuff like highways. Federal projects. I didn't know if I would die there. Like, I tried to pass cereals a real math term. I got a email from the that cereal company that sells, like, low carbohydrate cereal. I don't know if I'm going to take it, but I might at some point. Miguel, I need on you. This is hard, man. I mean, it's every time I've died, it's been 100% my fault, so. Magic spoon, yeah. Yeah, I would probably eat that. It'd be dope if they sent me some free cereal. I would eat it. You know what? I got confused. We're gonna butt boy a little bit. Fruity's the best flavor. It seems like a little expensive, but I'm sure it tastes okay. It's a pretty big Almudron, isn't it? Cass, good morning. How are your interviews? I didn't see you post an update or anything like that in the Discord. I think it went well. Congratulations. Oh, you're not running. I thought you were running. Oh. Oh, we're getting somewhere. No, please. Ooh. This isn't how I want to end the quest, but I'm so scared. What does Power Axe buff do again? It gives you 10% more raw damage in sword mode. I've got a video on it. How do you discharge without attaching to the monster? If you're not in amp state, you won't latch on. That wasn't bad. For switch axe, where like I usually get like completely dumpstered, that was okay. This was the emergency one, yeah. The normal one is in the Frozen Islands. That was crazy. I'm happy with that. No cart emergency when? We did one yesterday, actually, with dual blades. So a skill that reduces damage taken when in a hyper armor state, you could run Divine Blessing. Does that count? 1 minute ad break. Do I have any Nickelodeon ads? Nope. How are our ads paying us? It must be on a delay or something, because like I'm seeing like nothing. Very little. Yared Owade, thank you. SOS. Just do a random SOS? We'll do one more Switch Axe for our friend who was saying that they were learning Switch Axe. Divine Blessing's great. Eating for Defender High is really nice as well. Thank you for the cheeseburger ad. Delicious. You get paid for ads? You thought they were just for fun? I wouldn't even say I get paid for them. Put it to you this way. I don't run them myself. It's a redeem for people for some reason they like taxing people. Do you know if Twitch ad block ruins monetization? Don't know. Don't really care. I guess there's been this take going around on the internet that like running ad block is like theft or something. I don't care. I really don't care. If I run sponsored content, please watch the sponsored content. But if it's like an ad or something, I would, whatever, man. I mean, you live your life, okay? Take from who? I mean, the creator? I don't. It's a very strange take. You know, I'm of the opinion that like, no, you make money. So if everybody in this chat were subscribed and I ran an ad button, I actually get paid for that. You don't lose money for subscribers. Every streamer outright encourage ad block? I'm going to stay neutral on it because I don't want to say anything that's going to piss off Twitch a little bit too much, but follow your heart is all I'm going to say. Affinity. Do you know critical hits? Blackwater DK? Like in like Final Fantasy, if you get a critical hit, you deal extra damage. It's pretty common in RPGs to have critical hits, right? Why do I keep... Can somebody explain why I keep going in the... Oh, I'm using Soaring Wyvern Blade. What the hell? It was so funny. I'm like, why do I keep hopping? It's a chance to deal bonus damage. The ads are the free viewers' payment? The thing is, though, is like, Linus more so than anyone He has a sponsor every single stream. You know what I mean? Like, he sells stuff from his store. And then on top of that, like, he's always got, like, a wallet or, like, a VPN or a manufacturer. It's your ability to do crits, Blackwater. There are other skills that influence the damage of your crits. And those things, like those paid specific sponsors where, like, you've got the content creator directly, like, engaging it, like, that's way more valuable than some, you know, CPM-based metric. Is it considered piracy? No! Fish Buff gives you a little extra healing for 90 seconds. You get passive health regen. It's a strange take. You should be, to me, like, I'm grateful for every viewer that wants to watch my stream. You don't want to watch ads, like, I don't care. I'm just happy you're here and watching. You know? I mean, that's just the thing nowadays. It's like, there's infinite content available from, like, an infinite number of sources. Like, to have anyone that's even interested in watching is, like, a big deal. It's so weird. Sacred J, thank you.
_J just subscribed.
You know, and it's not like every single person runs ad block. Like, do a lot of people run it? I guess probably, but like, whatever. Most creators don't get 1 to 2 sponsors per video, and the AdSense is still 18% for Linus. It's substantial. Well, I mean, he's a massive channel that gets constantly promoted by YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube themselves paid him to make that take. You know what I mean? That would not shock me. They're like, Linus, we need you to do the dirty. You get a couple bonuses for doing SOS. It's not huge. I mean, everything needs to be, at least on Twitch, like, the more actual, like, streamer engaged stuff that you can get, like the bounty board stuff, the better, because, like, people will actually watch, pay attention, and engage. Like, I'm sure there are people in this chat who have bought stuff from an ad that they've seen before that just randomly played on a video, but it's probably not a lot. Good job, I'm your most watched streamer of the past few weeks. Well, thank you. Is that good damage? I don't know if that's good damage. So if you finish Zero Sum with 0 energy, you cannot do Soaring Wyvern Blade afterwards. You bought Rise, you saw an ad for Rise on Twitch, does that count? Were you gonna buy it anyways? Mr. Kent, hello. I wish there was 2 random Wests for Rampage. Me too. I mean, there was one time I was actively streaming Monster Hunter Stories, and I got a bounty to stream Monster Hunter Stories. That was legit. Is Rampage Switch X the best para one? I think so. Could you potentially get more paras with Volvidon? Or some other one, like the Grimcat? Maybe, but you're gonna be doing a lot less damage. was fun doing this quest with a group of people. Best combo for Rampage stuff. I can show you my build. Middle-aged streamer finding out co-op in a co-op game is fun. The hard quests are fun. Like, if it's just me, like, dumpstering a Legambi, like, I'm not gonna have fun doing that. Yeah, no, Evolvedon will absolutely get you more paras, but, like, there's a significant enough damage difference that I would say it's probably worth running Rampage. Because you'll still get, like, 2 paras a hunt. It's just, like, a difference of, like, do you want 2 paras? Do you want 3 paras? That feels like a lot of damage. Well, the community stuff can be hard to do, for sure. But normally the community self-selects itself anyways. I miss. Yes. That's so cute. Somebody's cat is running the little health plan thing. It's so weird fighting him from a different angle, because, like, I'm not used to seeing his animations from this angles at all. I think the health plant is standard. Well, I mean, you don't have to have it. You can get cats that don't have it. Shoot. Dude, I can't wait for emergency Zinogre. Oh, it's gonna be so good. The Azuchi Charge Blade. I'm sure it's got decent affinity or something, right? Any rapid monster. Isn't it lonely low rank? It probably gets like a very micro high rank upgrade. The Madmen, they actually break the tail? Cool group. That was fun. Thank you for redeeming SOS. That was very enjoyable. I had a really fun time with that. It's me too. Even the Apexes are barely a challenge? I mean, if you've got good armor. What Dongo is it again? That when you heal, your team is also healed as well? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a Dongo? You gotta work really hard to break that tail. Oh, there's a Dongo that heals your team when you cart. That's I think I have seen that before, yeah. That's like a cat skill or something from Generations Ultimate, isn't it? Para Switch Axe build? I'll throw it up right now. So Sharpness 1, Non-Elemental Boost, Paraphile Paralysis 3. It's very odd because it's like, you would think Non-Elemental Boost wouldn't work, but technically Paraphile doesn't give you an element. And if you run Paralysis on the Switch Axe, you can't run Paraphile. It's very strange. I don't know why I'm running the Sinister Gauntlets here, to be honest with you. Oh, right. Hold on. That's the weapon you want. This is my Hellfire set. Amir Cat, I had a couple at the very beginning of today's stream, but they went away. Which cat skill gives affinity boost? All fighter cats give the affinity boost. You want to try the Hellfire set? Well, I have a very specific talisman that gives me crit I3 with Hellfire Cloak and a level 2 slot. So we end up with Hellfire 4, Protective Polish 3. Yeah, no, you're not going to have that. Let's use it on like, let's do like a Tigrex. Nice, get him to stop moving a little bit. What does Hellfire actually do? So, at level 4, whenever the monster becomes enraged and periodically afterwards, your character will just automatically get the Hellfire status active on them. And then whenever you use a wire bug to move, and so that can be just doing your normal movement, god damn it, or using any sort of wire bug skill that actually moves you forward, like all of the Switch Axe ones move you forward. What about Hunting Horn? I promise you I will do Hunting Horn next. All right, nobody judge me right now. I'm trying my best. Hellfire is not really efficient, to be quite honest with you. Not slow hands. I'm too quick. When you're moving faster than the speed of light, you spend your entire life in the shadows. Okay, guys? It's fast to take the big wire bug from the back door of the first camp. I'll have to check that out. I don't even know if I've unlocked that one. We might do a couple attacks just to get the shinies. Bubbly Dance is Garbo in this game. It pops off way too quickly. Amatsu, hello. That's my biggest issue with Bubbly Dance. It needs to just stay on you. Do you ever Google popular memes to stay up to date? No. What? Why would I need to stay up to date? I'm already like in my mid-20s like you guys. I have James in this chat. It's just like the streamer. It's like mid-20s. Mid-20s in each leg. Both of my knees are my mid-20s. Not couch. I do not have 20 couches. Aberdeenshire, hello. She's like already ready for capture. Like I haven't even gotten the second Hellfire off on him, and that feels bad. Oh, well. It's a fun set to run in multiplayer. You probably won't get more than one, maybe two Hellfire procs. But on a lot of monsters, it's a pretty long down. Is it worth it? I don't know. If I managed my Hellfire much better, I would have gotten two trips. I've gotten three, like... If I do it on, like, Kushala, I'll definitely get three. Hellfire with the Adamant Charge or whatever it is for Hammer is good, yeah. We were playing around with anti-aerial Jokakun. Speaking of... Does Hellfire work on Ibushi? I have no idea. It would be very powerful if it did. There's nothing that can save Zinogre. There's nothing. If you time that travel back to camp at the end of quest before the screen goes black, the travel is faster. Thank you. My life is just suffering. Here, a week or two, asking about Monster Hunter's Rise is your first monster in the franchise. How is it bent? The skins can save it. It's basically the only thing that you can do with it. It's kind of upsetting. I like how it says Raw Horn, but I put ice back on it anyways. Well, okay then. We got Thunder and we got Ice. We'll just do like a normal Mitsu, I guess. HR 121, congratulations. What am I up to? 371? I don't even have a Raw Horn. I have to remake it. Or maybe, you know, we'll do a Basil. I usually like run away from Basil, but I think the matchup with Hunting Horn's actually pretty good on him. How long to HR 999? I mean, I don't like specifically grind HR. Could I get there before Sunbreak came out? If I really wanted to? Absolutely. Would it be good content? debatable. I think I want to rebuild this set. I'm not normally a fan of running protective polish on the horn. What's the point of going that high in rank? It's a thing. I don't even think your name changes color. In the old games, it would change color. And that's really neat. You get that little accomplishment. What's the point of anything? I wasn't hoping for us to go nihilist in chat. Everything is meaningless. Can I get you? It's a pain. No, I mean, the color name change is a big deal, dude. You understand. Something like that, it's an accomplishment. Doesn't GU give you a crown? I know you get stuff for doing it in GU. He doesn't really shake his head after a KO, does he? That's upsetting. I need like a reference list of who shakes and who doesn't. Maybe they'll sell colored names back to us? Change your name to any color you want. This is kind of an awkward place to be fighting. It's a great idea, Chaos. Give it a pigment option. At 999. Got it. Nice. I kind of don't want to go too far because got all those shinies over there. How does he like flinch and then like just stand in a completely different direction? Oh no. And there certainly would be a lot of hacking people that would do it. Overlord Dane. But what if the game was always online? I'm not suggesting that that would be a good thing. But I can only imagine the next Monster Hunter is going to have a more integrated online component to it. It would be strange if it didn't. To take away your pause button again? Comfy to have. Find it technical to keep the spirit bar in red the whole time? You've got a lot of different tools for giving you spirit gauge. They're all good for different situations. Can you pause on PC? You can. That's got to be the most free opener in the game. Have you ever seen The Colony? Is it a movie or a series? I guess the answer is no. How do I do that roll opening attack? You do with Hunting Horn? That's called Perform? Just the right trigger. Pretty much always a good option, and it has iframes too. Not that I've used them too often in this fight, but... It's good damage. Leads into combos. Allows you to reposition in any direction. Out of it. Does the evade window increase the iframes for that move? I haven't tested it, but I think it would. They never use that roll like I do? That's weird. Do you think it's because I'm doing something right? Or do you think it's because I'm doing something wrong? I look like a guy that's in it, and you love it, and you imagine me as an actor, but me just being me. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good move. I might spam it too much, but... I mean, not that much. I mean, I could make this an ogre hammer. Sam Imagineer, I have a good actor telling people that they're idiots and they could do better with their lives. I'm not toxic like that. What are you talking about? Is that a good talisman? Maybe. That's reasonable. It's not a bad talisman. I did not realize Windproof is only a level 3 skill. How do I like the submarine for the buddy thingy? It's a quest line that Rondine gives you. That's kind of a neat talisman, too. That's a lot of slots in Wirebug Whisperer. It's a lot of speed eating. Well, one debatably useful charm, one kind of meme charm. Really, these are both usable Wirebug Whisperer charms. Should I use an Ogre or Rajang on Thunder Switch Axe? If you're fighting something that is aquatic, anti-aquatic Zinogre will be better. If they're not aquatic, depends on your preference of file. Do you want Power File or not? Power File can be a lot harder to use. Let's do one of these. How can I get more talismans? Do melding for Wisp of Mystery. It's probably the best way to do that. And then after you do a bunch of Wisp of Mysteries, you want to do Rebirth. That's kind of like the flow. More or less. I feel like I haven't done an Almudron in a really long time. Maybe I'll do an Almudron. I feel like I don't even really understand him. Is farming Narwa the best way to farm parts for melding? I think Basil would probably beat Narwa because you could capture Basil and Wyvern Ride Basil and stuff like that. I wonder if our Valstrax Charge Blade is technically more damage on All Mother. Man, it's bad on the head. Faster quest completion, yeah. And then Wyvern Rides, you can get additional shinies. Skill slots are both. I'm looking for something that will give me, ideally, a combination of 4 or better level 2 slot skills. Greatsword Almudron, thank you. Now I know what I need to do. I'm looking for the... Where are they? I'm like sundowning super hard. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the first one's no problem. Wisp Lanterns are in the ruin... yeah, the Shrine Ruins. Boat Shells are in the ice area. King Rhino is like above the second Flooded Forest camp. Rock Roses are around the desert. And then the Bismuth Prisms. I think those are just the volcano things. What are my favorite 3 weapons? I mean, I use everything, Captain Kinch. The only weapon I don't really use is Light Bowgun. How weak is Almudron to Thunder? Shop, thank you.
Subscribed for 18 months. Cap of Pride.
Are decorations permanent at level 1? The decorations you unlock? You know, oh, Thunder is pretty bad on him. Wow, I didn't know Ice was that good. There's no anti-aquatic ice or fire, is there? I don't think so. Even still, does this win? It might. Well. Yeah, you could remove it and then save it to another set, and then like it'll move around. You don't have to make like a million level 1 decos. That's what you're asking. He takes some thunder. I think it's gonna work out. I think it's gonna work out. Yeah, it's strange that there are some deliverables that you technically never need to deliver. What? How did that just, like, completely whiff? Do you know if you can get banned using mods? Historically, for, like, cosmetic mods, Capcom has not banned people. However, whenever you use mods, you always got to mod at your own risk. I'm, like, deeply depressed right now. I got the hit off there, at least. Whoa, that was some big damage there. That was 1,000 damage. Worst fight in the game? I'm kind of not enjoying the Ibushi event quest because I don't like how you have to constantly pop the little rocks. That part's just kind of lame. Overall best greatsword? Depends on how you build it. If you're using Dragonheart, it's probably Nargacuga. If you're not using Dragonheart, it's probably Rampage. Honorable mention to Kushala. Kushala's very good as well. I've hit every bad hits. Oh, shoot. He could drop me into the mud. Rathian Greatsword is fine. Honestly, Kushala Greatsword's pretty good. I should make the Kushala Greatsword. It really comes very close to the Rampage Greatsword. I would have lived too if it weren't for his mud. What's the effect again on Kushala weapons? Well, a popular effect is the one that gives additional affinity for like when you're hitting like weapon like combo strings, but for the most part, for Greatsword, it's not up. Like if you try to level 3 a Rage Slash, the buff wears off before you actually land anything. Why am I using worse weapons, college boy? Are you okay? I'm gonna file that under the self-own category. Feels bad too. This is a really tricky fight with Greatsword. Dual Blades overall in Rise? Possibly one of my favorite weapons in the game. I made like a multi-part series on it on YouTube. Am I dead? So, Colossus Monk, the Ninja Sword and Shield has its uses, but its uses are mostly in, like, if you want to run a lot of weird skills. Possibly if you want to fight, like, get a really good bludgeoner weapon, like you're fighting something with really bad hit zones that you won't be proccing weakness exploit on. That's where I think it shines the most. You know, if you want to do, like, lots of Shoryugeki spam. I feel like we're like two toddlers playing in the same room together, but not actually playing together, me and this Almond Room. I mean, I could put together a build for the High Ninja Sword. Is what you pictured and you asked for it? Yeah. No, I delivered for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would take advantage of it with the with Bludgeoner, because there's just such a good synergy with Bludgeoner and Mind's Eye, anyways. You may as well use it in those matchups, like Rekta Kadachi, or if you want to try fighting Magnum Malo's back legs or something like that. When meaty strike, we hit over 1,000 damage somehow, so that was something. Your Shoryugekis are gonna hit real hard. That's kind of neat. And I don't even know what you. Hold on a second. Can I request sticky hunts? No, you cannot. I'm sorry. It's not allowed. I remember the Mitsu hat feeling like okay for value if you're running the High Ninja Sword. It's nice to get the 2 evade window. And there's nothing else that really fits super well from what I remember. I mean, I guess you have like whatever, like the Baroth helm. Maybe the Baroth helm is nice because you will get like offensive guard and attack boost. Oh, Tiger's gloves are like custom made, right? Though I don't know what talisman to run. Wirebug Whisperer? Hopefully I've got a decent one by now. That's actually not bad. That's really good right here. This one. Do you have a favorite armor set aesthetic-wise? Huh. Ragi, I guess? This is full crit boost, Bludgeoner Mind's Eye. Yeah. That's exactly what this is. With full attack boost, too. Well, that's nice. And 1 point of offensive guard. Is it better to hit the hard spots? It basically makes the hard spots basically as weak spots. Have you fully embraced the crit limit, or is the element let screaming? I mean, this is just a fun build. I mean, this is not going to be like min-max damage necessarily. I don't think we're going to be sharpening at all, but there's room for it, so. Does offensive guard boost Metsu? It should. You want to test it? We can test it. It definitely does. Necklace with Rapid Morph 3 and Part Breaker 2, but no slots any good? Not really, because, like, the Almudron Helm is such a good form of, Rapid Morph. Am I familiar with Wordle? There is a Wordle thread going on in the Discord right now. I played Wordle today. I got it in 3 guesses. Is that good? I don't know what's good and what's bad. I feel like 3 guesses is like the lowest normal amount of guesses you could get it in. Gamer? Is that gamer score? My opening word is not couch. It's the educated amount? Hell yeah. Literally maximum sophistication streamer. I only have 8 living rooms? Is that a lot? I don't know. I'm not flexing. I honestly don't know. Today was the first day I played it, and I got it in 3 guesses. I'm like, oh, that's easy. The lewd version was gaped. Wow, spoilers. Probably should have grabbed the other wire bug. I guess it'd be a good idea to always use the same opening word just for the one day where you actually get it the first try, right? So that was 117 on the head. It's 105 on the back leg. Did you see that? So almost the exact same damage on his bad hit zone as it was on his good hit zone. Kind of crazy, huh? Now, obviously, for Maldo, you've got targets you want to be hitting anyways. But he has those moves where he likes to stand up on his hind legs. Yeah, I use the stink mix. If I could use the stink mix to make it so the monsters did not go near each other, I probably would use them. So I don't use them that often. Oh wow, that came out much faster than I thought it would. That's sad. These hitboxes. My sword feels so micro. I just gotta do this. I don't think my wire bugs are to come back in time, unfortunately. I mean, if you're struggling in a quest, like if you're doing like an emergency quest, and like, you know, you were 2 carts down and you didn't want to risk it, I could see like going out of your way to run like stink leaks and stuff like that. I do not have a mink fur bathrobe. That'll happen sometimes. I'm wearing... I mean... It's not a $100 t-shirt. It's not a cheap t-shirt, but it's not a $100 t-shirt. Fume, thank you. Have a good day. It's not $300. No, it's not $90. And the food is hello. I'm gonna go look up how much I spent on this t-shirt.
Netfoodist just resubscribed for 30 months. Hello dad, wide people happy.
Well, that's the wrong. Oh, I got a coupon. It's not bad. Is it worth it, Hudgener, to get Ninja Sword to blue or Bludgeoner the way to go? It depends on the matchup. For me, like, you're using the Ninja Sword on things with bad hit zones anyways. And so if that's the case, and you're going to get, like, the value out of using Mind's Eye. What the hell? Didn't tell us how much? I won't say it because it would make me unrelatable. Ninja Sword is absolutely the best weapon for Bearsuit. What's the most you guys ever paid for a t-shirt? Yeah, the bomb hit Mitsu. No, it's not $300. Like, $50 isn't bad. There's people in chat who spent that much. What is on the t-shirt? Nothing. There's no design. How much did I spend? Look, I just wanted some nice, well-fitted t-shirts. What's it made of? Cotton? I think. It was imported. But I always get compliments from you guys when I wear it. Honeybell, hello. Super Magnamalo is not on PC. It's well made. It is a well-made shirt. Imported from the Mint is not imported from the Mint. It looks good. It's a good t-shirt. Yeah, it's a $50. I'm sorry. It's overpriced? I don't think so. I think it's worth exactly how much money I spent on it. No way that shirt is $50? Did I hear right that you spent $50 on a well-imported shirt that you... Yes. Let me see how much they're going for now. See, like, fashion people are telling me that's normal. Tailor fit, 100% super soft cotton. Heavyweight cotton. They come with a 1-year guarantee. Guaranteed never to lose their shape or shrink in the wash. Full price, they're selling for $56. The line from Twitch chat, get yourself another shirt? Maybe I will, Shady Joe. Thank you.
Shady Joe 302 tier Dex 5000. Get yourself another shirt.
I will, actually. That's the most I think I've ever seen in bits before. That's crazy. Unrelatable streamer. Unrelatable. I get it. I understand.
Tetrakai just gifted 5 subs.
Tetrakai, thank you as well. Reaper Kai, Camel, Super Toast, Playmore, Bloody Furies. I don't want to say the brand because, like, you guys will make fun of me. You guys will be like, wow, those aren't good shirts for you. Why do you have shirts like that, streamer? It's not Gucci. It's a custom brand. It's not Gucci. All they do is make t-shirts for people with athletic builds. That's it. It's literally the same shirt in different colors. I have 3 of them. It's called Muscle Fit Basics. I did a lot of research trying to find good athletic cut t-shirts, and that's what I came up with. So, all right, so whatever. All right, now you know. Yes, I have 3 of them. Okay. Yeah, it's imported from the UK. You don't think you've seen my whole build? I'm not gonna start like walking around flexing on stream. Flexing his wealth. It's not $72. That's not what I paid. Yeah, I know. You should hold on to your tickets. When's the last time I did a workout stream? I don't really do them anymore. Just play Monster Hunter. How did I get so rich? I'm not rich. I'm not a rich man. Who was the person in stream last week or something? Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Thank you for showing me things I didn't know could happen. Things that couldn't exist. Bad. Don't go that way. I will actually probably be wearing that sweater again this Thursday, River Pig. I kind of like wearing it on Thursdays. I don't know why. Imagine not using load up. I have no idea what this build is. What is next event? So we're supposed to get events every week, but I think on PC they're just gonna wait until the end of the month and give us all caught up with the Switch events. When is he gonna go into fire mode? Uh-oh. That feels bad. It's also bad. Is he fighting something? Where's he going? Yeah, this is like one of the first Gunlance builds I made. And I've definitely gotten better stuff. I mean, okay, I'm okay. I accept your Malding 27-year-old foundation. You accept Fiji water? I don't buy Fiji water. This was actually kind of okay. This was kind of an okay run. It's not bad, but I definitely want to retool it afterwards. Rathlow's Likely Christmas sweater is only $49? I mean, that's not bad, I guess. Just fly to Fiji and drink from the source? Oh, that's the worst possible thing that can happen. Dude, I really want to go to Japan. It feels like they're never going to open up again. And it makes me really sad. Like, I know they will. Like, they'll probably open up at some point this year. We're asking to get invaded by the US again? Because we want to be tourists there? I just feel like nearly every move on the Gunlance just has this weird delay. Late 2023? Wow, really? That bad, huh? Government want an excuse to stay closed? I don't know. I mean, Japan does get a pretty decent amount of their GDP through tourism. At least they used to. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the drawing board on this build after this. Have a pet tiger like Scarface? Hey, people that want to stay in the country? Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to fit in the society, I guess, right? It's one of the things about Japan. How's my ankle? Feels great now that I'm sitting down. Hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. Surprisingly, my ass doesn't hurt. It would normally be hurting pretty bad around now. How'd I hurt my ankle? I was going, on the weekends, like Sundays, I usually like walk for a while, like 2 hours or so. And I was going to the basement, I just like missed a step. Do I have 7 identical basements for each day? Just the one. I kept walking, like, I didn't skip the workout, though. That was the dumb part. It's like, I probably should have just rested, but I'm like, nah, I'm not missing my workout. Classic old person fatal injury? I know. This is weird. Last time you missed a step, you broke your foot. Woo! Could have been bad for me then, right?
much land do I own? It's like an acre, I guess. How many bedrooms do I have? I have 4 bedrooms. How many couches is each? I don't put couches in the bedrooms. Why does everybody get so mad at you? Like, I'm just answering your questions. I had this house long before I started streaming. Yeah, I have 4 bedrooms because I have no kids. Do they all have beds? Yes. How many stories in my house? 2? 2 with a finished basement. No, I never worked for Big Oil. I worked at a credit union. I made like car loans. Do I have a rumpus room? I have a sunroom. Yeah, I know. I just bought them. I bought when the timing was good. I was not a homeowner at 17. Don't do the math. Don't do the math. How big is the screen in your home theater? I haven't really upgraded TVs recently. They're just 55 inches. Is your sunroom still your goblin hole? Not really. Prices were actually down for a while, the Square Man. All right, let's re-explore this. Just 55? Wait, is that like, dude, you can get like a 55-inch TV for like $200 nowadays. My streaming room has a fancy bougie skylight. What would you do right now if I told you there actually is a skylight in my stream room? Like what would You know it's there. I didn't brag about it. I have not bragged about my skylight. Surprise, Dave. No, I can't. I don't have like a portable setup. Like I'm not on a phone. I can't just like bring you around my house. You're 65 inch, but you're a rich person too. Yeah. Why don't you shove a couch in that skylight? I feel so oppressed right now. I might use the basil tacit. It's pretty good. Could I drop? Well, I guess it wouldn't be necessary. I'm not oppressed by. I've never. What have I ever complained about finances other than when I get upset when Amazon sells cans of beans for more than $1? No, because like, no. Here's the thing. It's like, it's gonna, everyone's gonna completely misunderstand it, right? You're gonna see like, I've got wooden floors, I've got like marble countertops, and it's just gonna entirely play into this perception, this myth that I'm some sort of super wealthy streamer. Golden kitchen sink. No, I don't like have like a Frankie sink or anything like that. That'd be pretty sweet though. How much should a can of beans be? It should not be more than $1.
Iron Flex, but okay. I'm not pushy. No, that's home-style baked beans, and that's different. I just mean plain beans. They did not have me at $1.7 million. Be grateful? Thank you. I am. I'm very happy that I'm able to have the things that I have. Yes, I used a coupon for my shirts. Your Discord synced? I know. It needed to be fixed. I was not at 3.8 billion. I was not. That's expensive. How else can I build this? I don't really care about Crit Eye anymore. Can we have an allowance? No. Was it a coupon or was it a discount for buying a 3-shirt bundle? It maybe was the 3-shirt bundle. I was just looking at what I saw. I like that though. Like, I like these arms. I forecast my finances by the price of basic food staples. You can tell a lot. Honestly. What do you mean Bezos discussed when we hang out on my yacht? You think Bezos visits my yacht? You're 36.6 on the earning list, not quite top 3,000. I know. Relatable, hard-working streamer. That's all that is. That's what that means. That's what you should take out of it. My island? No, I do not have a yacht. Let's get full tenderizer, full crit boost. Let's see where this goes from here. A lot of... I'm getting kind of comfy. Point of protective polish, maybe? My multi-million-dollar sponsorships and endorsements. The endorsements and sponsorships are very nice. Elemental Cope Island. We're all coping here. All of Sicily's my island? There is a private villa in Sicily that I am allowed to go to whenever I want. I might go there this summer. If I can stream from there, I'll go there. How many couches does the villa have? It's got too many for me to... It's you know, it's from Jen's family. It's not from me. It's not my villa. I don't own it. Does the villa have a skylight? It's like 2 houses like put together. Marriage is not royalty. You don't recognize me anymore. If you run an artillery drill, Rhodopolis mail gives me free stun resist 2 over the Vike mail as well. All right, let's get that. Because I don't know if I've ever made that. I know the other villas around. I mean, I was interested in picking one up at some point. Oh, yeah, that's great. Well, I'm only running... Well, that should be fine. Will you get banned for linking a picture in here? You'll get timed out briefly. Is my offshore company based in Sicily? No. I know I have an offshore Sicilian company. I don't own any businesses in Sicily. Can we go to my villa real quick? You guys act like you don't have, like, villas in other parts of the world that you're allowed to go to. Yeah, that's definitely better. Is this how I want to run it? I guess it is. But the only thing holding me back is I'm going to try and get a fiber optic cable ran to it. Do you fly to the villa in a Coplita Express? I've flown directly to it, and then one time I flew to Palermo, and I took a train across country on it. I'm 50th in line to the throne? The throne of what? That sounded super 1%. Like a private? No, not like a private jet. It was a commercial flight. Does the price of fuel upset you for when you travel for your person? I do not have a personal jet. The top streamers, some of them could probably afford private planes, but I'm not into that. So we got an extra level 3 here, is that right? For what? Expert? Oh, handicraft. Top 100 definitely can afford it. First class though, I do not fly first class. I don't do that. I know I just said that in like the most suspicious way possible, but I really don't. I really don't. I know that sounds like I was totally lying, but I really wasn't. I've never done it before. I wouldn't want to spend the money on first class. It's not worth it. Not that I even know. Not that I've ever flown there before. No, we're putting an element. We're going to do it. We're going to accept our hard lumps here. I buy all the seats so I fly alone. I don't have room for sus, but I would love to add that. Let's find something to delete so we could add sus. I guess I could probably get rid of Wan Wan. I never see anybody use that. I like everything else, but I don't really care about the dancing. Get rid of that. Sorry, gone. Now we have sus. Gagne roll has been gone for a while. That's only like a little bit less water. All right, let's try that again. You got your pilot's license in March. Why do you have a request for monster streamers going to Italy? Not me. Oh, it is there. Oh, that's weird. Well, I guess we'll hold on to that for now. Whatever. We'll replace that eventually. The only thing that I do, and I agree with this, that's a little bougie, is I do use Instacart. I do that. That's definitely bougie. No, I think sus is a different emotion than Monka. Instacart, you pay people to get your groceries for you. They do your grocery shopping. I know, I agree that that's bougie. DoorDash every day, that's bougie. That definitely is. That's not bougie, it's the future? Okay. I feel a little guilty about it. Favorite Rise weapon? Like the weapon that got the best changes? Charge Blade, maybe? It's common with COVID. It's just, I don't know. Less people wandering around in the grocery store coughing on each other, probably the better. After I revealed the villa. It's not my villa. It's just a villa I'm allowed to go to. Dude, and I have the working man's bidet. It was only like $30. That's not expensive. You can afford $30. Yeah, it's the Savage Axe. I really like the way the Savage Axe works now. Nice, actually got it. Well, that's a major delay after that. The bidet is called the Savage Axe. Your bidet should not feel like somebody is chainsawing your butthole. Yeah, it's like after the swing, you're so delayed. I like him in fire mode, but he's definitely a bit harder in fire mode than blast mode. No, this is the Mitsu Gun Lance. It's actually, the element is okay. When you poke the legs? How do I set up the Discord for the hidden OnlyFans channel? There's not. You do not have an OnlyFans. That feels bad. Oh, you gotta love it. I think the exact same thing happened the last time. Do I have a favorite monster? Probably Nergigante. In Rise? Probably Mitsu. I really like fighting Mitsu. Like a lot. I don't have 4 living rooms. I have 2 living rooms, a finished basement and a sunroom. Which is almost like 4 living rooms, but it's not. I mean, it's not the same. Doubly, thank you. Well, I was gonna say he was wrong, but I mean, there's an element of truth. It's kind of like having 4 living rooms. No, I've never denied. I've streamed from my basement in my sunroom before. I have 2 living rooms. A lounge area? I do not have a lounge area. How many plates do I have? Like dinner plates or weightlifting plates? How big is my green room? For like my guests? All plates for a 2-person household? I don't know, I don't keep track. We've got the plates we use, and then we've got fancy plates that we almost never use. But that's normal, right? Everybody's got like the fancy plates that they don't really use. Did my servants sleep? I had an apartment once that was basically like the servants' quarters. Warm Pelt is driving you insane? Just get it from Kelby's. I don't have servants. I do everything. So I do all the cooking. I don't do all the cleaning. Jen does most of the cleaning. They're cute. You can also get them from the Antecas. Do I wash my bath towels after using it? Like after every use? No, I'll reuse my bath towel. And I really am starting to love Blast Dash. It feels weird that there was ever a time I did not run Blast Dash. It's like, it doesn't just look good, like, utility-wise, it's just, like, really nice to have. Slap! You can't help but feel the distance between us has grown recently? That's on you. That's not on me. Whoa, that camera angle switch almost made me vomit. I'm getting dizzy from that. I mean, I do have a... and the basement's pretty large. I mean, if we stacked everybody up like plates or something, I don't know. I do multiplayer. Normally I do like SOS. I feel like when I do multiplayer, it's just a clown fiesta. Is that random 31 hit in that worm stake? No clue. He roars so much, you'd almost like want to run like earplugs, even with a weapon with a shield. I mean, I think, Evident, like, if you're doing SOSs, like, every once in a while, like, once or twice, you know, a stream or whatever, an hour maybe even, I think that's okay. But I just feel like you lose a lot if you're doing multiplayer all the time. Like, you're not even really up to show off the hunting. Yeah, Kanta's great too. Very, very similar attitudes to how the stream is structured. He probably does like actual TA stuff from time to time. Whereas I guess I do actual RTA stuff from time to time. We are going to start routing hub percent soon. Like, I've already started doing research off stream, so. Oh, we got a gem. Nice. This is okay. I just wish it were stronger. What does Gunlance need to be good again? So they should take away the nerf to shelling damage. And then just like tweak like the physical hits up by like 5 or 10%. It'll be fine. Long shelling needs work? I don't know. I think long shell's great. If anything, like wide shelling, I feel like is the thing that needs to be like a little just. I got another gem. I don't know what I'm going to do with these gems. No, hold on. I kill a lot of Mitsus. Bring back the Valor Guard Point reload? I mean, that's in the game, though. You see it. I'll show you right here, in case you missed it. It's not, like, exactly the same, but it's similar. Oops. It's kind of the same. So, we could almost make a new Narwa weapon. This is going to be insane. Is there ever a chance the Narwa longsword could be good? No. We made the sword and shield. What about the dual blades? How many points of handicraft do we have? 1. Let's check with 3. Narwa light bowgun build when? You're not going to see it here. Do you use the Narwa longsword? Oh, it's 2 points. It looks usable. Do you think Elemental Gunlance is fine? You've been trying to build a few? Your shelling damage is going to suffer. That's a lot of... I mean, that's a lot of thunder on there. That'd be like 210 raw. Yo, it might be okay. On Magnum Light Bowgun, would you ramp up Attack Boost 3 or Cluster Effect? Attack Boost 3. Cluster, you want to use the Cat Cannon. I don't know. I guess it's going to be really hard to beat Tigrex no matter what. It's a question between Longsword or Charge Blade. I'm not sure what you guys would rather see. I mean, I feel like usually when I play Longsword, people just get bored anyways because they're like, wow, lol, Longsword. And that's understandable. That's a lot of poison. And it comes with a levels 3 slot. I wonder how this would be on Kushala. Isakura / Elemental build with Wirebug Whisper. Wirebug Whisper is not enough. No, there's a lot of Elemental File Charge Blades. So there's a really decent amount. I think this could be good. Fiji water needs a refill. We're getting down to the bottom of it soon. The dual blades to see how it compares to Zinogre. I think... Well, I don't know. Anti-aquatic Zinogre would definitely win. Not anti-aquatic? Like anti-aerial? I could see them coming out close. I mean, that's a lot of thunder. It's like 35 thunder. To Zinogre's 25? I don't know. Yeah, Kushala comes really close to Gelid. I think Gelid is still probably the better one to run sometimes, but Kushala actually beats Gelid in some cases. Can I make a Somnicanth sleep build? I can, but I probably won't. Sorry. Let's do the Charge Blade. Now let's do a Narwa. I gotta get some Narwa Carapace. I guess I also need money too. Any dual elements, dual blades, and Rise? Yep. And you can make any Rampage dual blades. Anything you want. In fact, you know what? Just for you, Diobach, I'm gonna run something special. Get ready. Here it is. And I've got 1 point of critical element. What's the easiest way to finish the Inflict status Rampage objective? For my money, I think it's the Teostra Switch Axe. But I could see there being somebody out there saying like, oh, I did this setup and I got it faster. Magnamalo dual blades or Chameleos dual blades are also pretty good. But it's a lot easier to get 2 blasts off on one monster than it is to get 2 poisons off on one monster. When will I get the Super Hunt mod? That sounds really cool. I don't wanna start modding the game yet. So here's dual element. It's got ice and it's got blast. It's actually probably gonna be like kind of okay. Some speed sharpening? No. Interesting. All right, interesting choice. That could have been a little bit better. Remember in baseball when these were the best ice dual blades? Was that the case? Really? Just barely got out of the way. I think that was a bit of a miss. This is bad, actually. If she trips here, I don't think I'll be able to hit her stomach. What is this set? I'm blaming Noxella for this. He is 100% responsible for me not having any protective polish or speed sharpen. You murdered a couple dozen Kelly? I told you you could murder the Inteka. Some heavy damage numbers. I don't like aerial dual blades. I feel like it's a very boring playstyle to play, and also a boring playstyle to watch. It's definitely boring to play. I don't know. Maybe there are people out there that like watching somebody just like hop in the air over and over again, but you're boring? I don't know. How expensive are your t-shirts? Aerial dual blades is higher DPS? It just lets you turn your brain off. You have to really think about the monster. Yeah, I mean, I would say on, like, monsters that actually do fly and stuff, it's okay. It's just, like, when you see somebody, like, fighting a Magnamalo, and it's just, like, them hopping in the air, humping over and over again, just a little... I will... This is not a... Mounted Palaboot is not a weapon. They don't mean the Silkbind attack. They mean the attack where you just hop up on the monsters. Yeah, did Palamute speedrun? No. It's the opposite of a speedrun. Are these real cannons? I know what? I mean, the decision to run 2 dogs versus a cat and a dog is actually really interesting from the speedruns context. The cats are going to make it a little bit faster and more consistent to get early captures. And also give you, like, an affinity buff. Double dogs is definitely more damage, though. I don't think there's necessarily a right choice. Probably depends on the matchup. Like, if you're using, like, Hunting Horn, probably just do double dogs anyways. Rise speed 1 when? I'm already routing it. Dog speed are consistent proccing things like stun. Well, if you're using Hunting Horn, you're probably going to be getting as many stuns as you're going to get anyways. You know, some upgrades might become available to you because you have a cat who stole an item for you. Oh, I got stunned. Oh, that sucks. Just absolutely annihilated. No! No, not on the wall! Trust me, guys, they're going to find a way to make the aerial attacks stronger. What dual blades am I using? I'm using the Kushala dual blades. Kushala Teostra dual blades. I guess it's technically Teostra Kushala. Somebody wanted to know if there was double element dual blades, and I'm like, yeah, I'll use them. Feels weird just fighting, like, normal Narwa, not fighting All Mother. Die here. Double elemental dual blades 1 element per hand, or does it stack? 1 element per hand. And so usually they have higher amounts to compensate for the fact that you're only getting 1 per hand. Keep up the good work. It was okay. So I don't think the Narwa dual blades are really able to compete with the Zinogre Aizue. They only have 170 raw. I'd have to do the math. Anti-aerial is only an extra 5%. So in cases where it's close, pretty good. Big fan of the stream. Thank you. But I think the Narwa Charge Blade might actually come ahead in certain matchups. Just a little bit. Who keeps coming back and fixing the floor? Dude, imagine how upset you'd be. Your insurance payments would be so high. Yeah, all Elder Dragons, yeah, Yeah, I mean, I tested it on Narwhal, Kushala, and Valstrax, and it works on all of them. And yeah, all flying wyverns, all bird wyverns. Have I tried buffed up Narwhal? I think I fought it. It was okay. It was nice to be able to kill it finally. I just don't know how cope this is. Like, how cope is it to use the Chameleos Charge Blade against Kushala? It might be okay. It's nice because it gets that level 3 slot. Makes it a little bit easier. Buffabushi is just kind of annoying to fight. I sure do have a lot of these gems. I could probably sell some of these, right? I'm not using all of them. I didn't even know I had 10 golden eggs. That's pretty nice. This has been building up. Are the emergency quests scaled to be harder than normal monsters? Yes. Yeah, they're pretty hard. Let's do it. Let's try it out. I do not have any gold bars in real life. Crimson, I mean, it really depends on your play style. Like, I can't tell you what's going to be the best for you necessarily. You definitely want I want the protective polish one. RTA people use SAD spam? I mean, look, whatever Moss uses is probably going to be the best overall choice. But if you have the time to really, like, put together good elemental sets or things that are able to focus around it, I think Savage Axe is a very enjoyable playstyle. I want these Rathalos hands. Might be able to get away with them. Go Hellfire and use the Magnum Hollow gloves? I kind of like this, though. Because I'm using this on Kushala. Oh, I still have one more slot? What could I even put in there? Might just finish attack boost. That last point of attack boost goes pretty far. It's either that or I just run Ingot. It's kind of boring, but it's probably more damage. $10, $60, $90? It's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth running the ingot legs instead. The real question is, should I be running the Rathalos braces? And again, like, technically, Wagambi's going to be better. This will give us 100% crit. And a lot of level 1 slots, too. Should be able to max out poison here. That's neat. 51 poison? I've got, like, no room left for Charge Blade. This is terrible. My life is a nightmare. Oops. I guess I have to start getting rid of, like, some of my meme sets. That makes me sad, though. Maybe I should just get rid of my good sets instead. Delete the raw sets. I think that's the right choice, actually. Dude, we had so many loadout slots in Iceborne. I don't know why they dropped them. That's a weird choice. Make a new bear suit? I'd use probably the High Ninja Sword. I mean, it's just a list, right? Yeah, 28 pages versus what, like 14? Like, we have literally half. And did the pages in Iceborne also, like, have more slots as well? Oh, this is a really neat looking weapon, huh? Oh, oops. Oh no. My poison. What a mess. Terrible. Freaking micro files. Not again! Come on, my poison just came back! Oh, I'm so mad. I'm gonna try and fight him on this little platform. I'm not gonna run away. What was that dunk? What the hell was that? I swear. How do you have it up every time? My life is a nightmare. Oh, seething. Literally seething right now. Coping. Just trying to get shinies here. It's not working. No, we'll be in amazing shape. We'll get our first poison off. This is our turnabout moment. Already in amazing shape. Well, you gotta work to keep it up. Not really seeing the poisons here, guys. There we go. Sometimes I feel like I should SAED. Kind of struggling again. Poison knives that camp. Are there actually poison knives in camp? Hold on. The only reason it took so long to get that poison was because I got hit like 2, 3 of Kushala's dragon attack things. Are you kidding me? Are you messing with me right now? Do I like baseball? I don't really watch sports much. I like boxing, and oddly enough, I kind of like watching horse racing. You're using helmet, but you didn't bring nullberries. I wasn't counting on getting hit. I'm losing my mind right now. Did your fortune come from horse race bets? No, horse racing is probably the worst. The worst gambling you can do. Why would you ever bring a poison weapon to this quest? Horse racing is how I got infinite drinks at the bar. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I would go to the casino. I'd go to the race book. And I'd bet, like, whatever, like $2 on a race. And then they end up giving you, like, a free drink, like, every 20 minutes. That's great. They stopped doing it at one point, though. Too many people were getting way too drunk. Say, do I live in? Wanna know, wouldn't you, little pervert? I'm in the state with $24 billion highways. They can only afford it because of me, too. I think this weapon sucks. I think this was a waste of money. This is... I don't know. Maybe I gotta give it another shot. No, it's I don't know if it's bad RNG. It's bad something. We got another poison off on our own. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty bad unlucky, but I haven't been playing like at my peak performance anyways. What's wrong with the weapon? Just doesn't feel like it does enough poison. How much impact does poison do anyways? Depends on the monster. It could be like I think it's like 400 damage on Kushala. Chameleon's armor poison duration buff? I mean, if the armor wasn't so bad. This is the Chameleon's Charge Blade. This is not a cosmetic. Nice hit, Miguel. What skill should you prioritize for raw bow? Either your rapid or pierce up. Get yourself some stamina surge, get yourself some constitution. No, I feel like getting into Savage Axe is fine. How bad can the Almudron Switch Axe compare with the Mitsu? Are they both elemental switch file? Can you make a sheet where every weapon's DPS is a ratio of how many Helm Splitters you do? Gunlance is exactly 50% of one Helm Splitter. Mitsu's power? I mean, if you're okay with it. I mean, for Switch Axe, I think about it more like what file do you want to run, more so than anything else. No, that's not 1%. It's not that bad. But... Helm Splitter Scout. I mean, that sounds like a great clickbait title. Almatron is okay. I think the issue is I don't think it's got great ramp-ups. Doesn't get white. I guess it has water boost too. That's okay. The problem is like, what are you going to use water switch X on? You're going to use it on Anjanov, who puts his nose in the way, blocking elemental exploit. You can use it on Teostra, who goes in and out of being blast, so he's weaker to ice or water, or whatever, fire mode, where he's weaker to water. I mean, it probably gets white if you really invest into it. Honestly, water element rampage is probably better. As weird as that sounds. It's like definitely usable. Giratotus with blue might also work. I just get annoyed about Teostra constantly switching his hit zones. We're going to do that one more time. This last run was a goddamn clown disaster. Cage, it's probably RNG, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, if he stays in blast mode, Barioth would probably be better. And if you're watching, like, TA runs, you're probably watching people that are resetting until he stays in blast mode a bunch so they could run the Barioth switch X. If I'm going to do an SOS, I'm not going to do it with this weapon. Definitely using something different. Embarrassed by my weapon? I'm not embarrassed. Fine, I will run it. Not embarrassed. Yeah, I just don't know how Giratotus's kind of stacked stats would compare versus a white sharpness rampage switch X. I really don't know. It would be very close, honestly. I mean, Zinogre's not bad. I mean, yeah, depending on what you're fighting, the Mind's Eye could be good on Giratotus as well. I don't know how the matchmaking works. I know I've gotten paired with people from all over the world, though. Micro-inflicting poison, like a micro-influencer myself. What do they say about being rich and famous? Why not try being rich first? So what? Hey, we already got the poison off. I get his back. His back leg. This is a large Zinogre. Man, I gotta say though, the weapon looks great. In actual axe mode. Ruining everything. the hell is this? Got another poison off. Insect Glaive users are rare in Rise? Well, it's true I haven't used Insect Glaive at all today. I mean, I used Insect Glaive in okay amount. I certainly did on the Switch. Oh yeah, those files are like 0 damage. Total damage of a poison versus a Zinogre. It's probably around 300 in high rank. I have testing for it. For everything, I think, before 3.0. Certainly I tested it before 2.0. Oh, oops, I don't have any white bugs left. So, artillery will affect impact file damage. Sure, of course. But it has to be impact file. Let's just put a DPS meter on and check. Wow. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't checked out the DPS meters for this game. But I mean, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Just count the numbers. It's not even an old-fashioned way, really. You know, his wind press is actually, like, noticeable. It's a cool turf war. It's a shame you don't see more turf wars. A single 50 SAED? Just get rid of the E. Magnum Malo is the only one I can think of that feels like new. I don't know if like Bishitin got one or not. Man, I feel like it's been like forever since I fought a Bishitin. I would love to see an emergency Bishitin. That'd be great. I feel like it's been a while since we had our last poison. Feels like it's been a while. No, I think Emergency Azuchi could be interesting. When we're out of content, can you install DPS meter, but only show mine and try to be at least 30%? Do you think... can I do it with, like, bow, or do I have to use, like, real weapons? I mean, the Zenogre stuff is good. I don't know. I feel like a lot of Rathalos equipment is just garbage. Spice is not... Apex Zenogre. Oh, I'm so good. Does it really not have the second hit, Enigma? I think it does. That would be a huge nerf if it was gone. Think they want the KO? This has got to be like a gold crown. He's so large. Came here for elemental meta? Excuse me. Poison is an element now. It's affected by elemental crit. Yeah, it is. That is not me saying you should use it. Quite the opposite, actually. Oh, I'm stunned. Copium and element? That's like default. Please teach me more. Don't use critical element. No, I mean, it's the same. Actually, you know what the reality is? You want to know how confusing it is? It's like status crit. It's like elemental crit is status crit. But elemental crit may as well not even exist for element. It's like one of the longest Zenogre hunts I've ever been in. I felt like that took a while. Yeah, I don't know. I was not feeling that. It's because, like, the damage boost is so minimal for element, but can actually end up being, like, comparatively okay on certain status builds. Like, for the Cat Claw Dual Blades. We got a Jasper there. Just like blazing through that. We'll do Insect Lave. Somebody said they never saw Insect Lave. Do an Insect Lave. It actually gets a level 8 Kinsect. Ads? Nothing fancy. We'll run some ads. $1 million points should be the moneymaker? I don't know that I want to inflict that on anyone. When does this get white sharpness? Pretty early on. Do I get any benefits for being an official Capcom streamer? I get to call myself an official Capcom streamer. I get to join their Discord. Yeah. Supposedly they might give like paid offers at some point, but I haven't really. That's not a big deal. They did give me that whole benefit with the subscription things. That was pretty amazing. Wow, that raw is so low though. Why does that raw have to be so low? And then this affinity has to be so low as well. And then this doesn't get white? Oh my god. Why do we even care about a bit of stream money? It's still nice earning money. Why do Narwhal weapons suck? They don't all suck. I think this one actually comes pretty close. I think this one actually ends up coming pretty close to Nargacuga. No, I don't think it sucks. I mean, the raw is low. I mean, I'm not gonna do backflips trying to defend the raw, but that is actually a lot of thunder. If you could talk to the Dauntless party coordinator now, what would they say when you told them you're an official Capcom content creator? Like, I'm petty and I hold a grudge forever, but like, I'm not gonna like track down the Dauntless party coordinator and like confront them. I'm not like unhinged. You remember me? You didn't invite me to your party that one time, and I'm real mad about it. Well, not like from Taken. Very likely a temp higher. Just buying all the bugs. How big is the anti-aerial boost? 5%. All right, let's figure out how the hell we're going to build this. Not enough level 1 slots. Honestly? Kind of thinking the Giratotus chest. And if I run the Giratotus chest, then we could probably run like an off-brand bug. It's not even the evade extender. It's like the power prolonger. So now we're still full of Bushi? No. Why are you attacking there? Speed type, Kinsect, and triple uptime, best combo for Insect Glaive. There's a lot of ways to build it. I wish he wouldn't attack that hand. That is so annoying. Because I want to get Bolt 5. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I don't. Well, no. Not fine. Can you tell him to wait and not attack? I want him to attack something. What are other ways to mark? Is that really it, other than Tetraseal Slash? Everyone's gonna make fun of me for using Tetraseal Slash, but that's fine. I'm used to it. I know you can shoot it. I don't think that's better than the assist bug. And then with the assist bug, we can... I guess we wouldn't need power prolonger. I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Burger just subscribed.
Hello. Name's looking a little sus there, buddy. But thank you for your subscription. If I were an hour Insect Glaive main, you run Tetra? I guess if you're using an auto attack bug, it's okay. Let's try the Tornado Slash. Isn't there a new DLC coming this month? I think so. Those are some spicy hits there. You see this? You've been enjoying watching me these few days? Well, thank you. Where the hell did that bug go? Why is he over there? The difference is if I use the Giratodus chest, we're able to stay in white constantly. You've been waiting? Well, we're doing some interesting stuff here. It's 49 thunder. I mean, it's a lot of thunder. This spring, we're going to get notice when it's going to be available. Fig. I love fighting Tigrex, but I always feel like there's like just the dumpiest quests available for him. Maybe there's like, is there good like Tigrex event quest? It's in the arena at least. Maybe that one? Eh. I think I'd rather do the event quest. Been using Rock Kincyclave as elemental better? If you do a lot of aerial, there are definitely some matchups where element can climb ahead a little bit. Depends if you run, do you run Dragonheart? Dragonheart makes a really big difference. Dragonheart Nargacuga is really, really powerful. Are advanced quests much harder than normal quests? They're noticeably harder. That feels bad. Couldn't even see him. Anyone here play the original Monster Hunter PS2? Yeah, I just did a playthrough of that a couple months ago. A lot of fun. Still a lot of fun. So, this move is also a counter. But it only works, like, as you're moving. It is probably one of the hardest counters in the game to land. It is debatable usefulness as well. The counter, not the move. The move itself is great. It doesn't beat like the damage you get by flinging out tornado slashes, but it's okay. Oh, oops. I should really separate them. Yeah, no, Encyclave is a counter. No, it's no exaggeration. It's true. Yeah, so with like monsters that have like telegraphed charges, it is a lot easier to land the counter. But even then, it's like, what are you going to use the counter for? Can you put up the fence and let them mulch each other? I don't know how aggressive they stay on each other. What's the DPS ratio of insect glaives counters and longsword counter? I mean, the insect glaive counter technically doesn't even deal damage. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you've got your wire bugs up, you can try and counter. But it all depends, like, if the monster's charging anyways, like, may not be a good position. Oh! Oh, that dunk was so good! Well, that was a good use of it. It's like I go for it every time, and I'm always punished. I gotta be careful. I could die here. Do I not have 3 points of protective polish? Oh, I don't. All right, we might have to switch over to the Jira chest. I made a mistake. It's like such a narrow range of invincibility, too. That feels bad. That also feels bad? I do want to pick up all the shinies. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna end up using the Vike chest. I don't think there's a better chest for us to use here. And we'll just try it on a Tigrex one-on-one, or we could maybe try that other quest. There's one that's got Toby in it. Obviously, Toby's not going to take any damage from the thunder, but Narga and Tigrex are there, so that could be fun. Yep. Cutting insect gets the weapons element. It's absolutely true. It's the one benefit of cutting insect, because otherwise, why wouldn't you run blunt? I actually gave a couple legs. Maybe I'll just do this again. I'll just, like, actually use the fence. So we're gonna get speed sharp in 1. What the hell? Huh. I don't know what happened. What the hell happened? I thought that quest was taking a little while. It's like, huh? It's taking some time. Well, maybe I gotta run it kind of like that. Cutting bugs get your element at the same time, or is it normalized for all bugs? It just uses the same element type. Uses the same elemental type. I don't know if this will work, but let's try it like this, maybe? That's going to be really annoying. Kinsect Blade feels like it's worse dual blades? I mean, you look, dual blades are a very maneuverable weapon, but there's nothing else in the game that is quite as maneuverable as the Insect Glaive. It's also able to reach hit zones that... I mean, I guess dual blades have their little aerial attack now. Do you ever yield nanomachines around the house? I quote Senator Armstrong sometimes. I mean, dual blades can kind of fly, though. That's the only thing, is, like, they actually kind of can. But that's one of the big advantages of Nargacuga as an insect glaive, is you can, like, happily run Bludgeoner or Blunt Insect. Doesn't matter. And that means almost always one free KO. Did I have booba posters as a teen? Huh. I didn't always have an anime room, okay? That's something I needed to work for later in life. No Maxim magazines. Does the anime room have booba posters? No posters in there. I don't know if you're on the right. I don't really want to lock them on the same side, because that doesn't seem like that's going to help much. Hold on. Not stuck. No, we got there. Took a minute. I mean, how booba are we talking anyways? Extremely booba? I mean, do whatever you want. How are you over here already? God damn it. Oh, we got it. I wish the wall lasted like a little bit longer. Dobon Honkaros. Sounds like a Greek god. God of food. When I showed my nephew my bean collection, you call them based. My nephew's like 2. The one that likes beans? I would hope he would say that they were busted. I'm the weird uncle? What makes me weird? Do you ask why I live in a mansion and I only eat beans? The heart wants what the heart wants, okay? Most people I know have a decent amount of couches. My in-laws have a lot of couches. You have one couch. How many couches do my in-laws... Alright, hold on. Let me count how many couches my in-laws have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have more than them? They have at least 5. One couch and a futon? So that means you could have 2 couches. Parents are well off in retirement. They only have 1 couch? That doesn't sound like very well off if you ask me. Couch is a status symbol? I mean, you need furniture. Wrap around with auto recline and USB plugins for phones? That sounds pretty nice. I'm not causing couch inflation. What was that hitbox? I mean, I get that. It's got to be something, but... I slept on a futon in college. I think that's what a lot of people did. $20 years ago. It was not 20 years ago. Bloodborne remake on YouTube today? Probably not. I'm sorry. I don't mean to let you down. Next YouTube stream is probably going to be Lost Ark. No, like... Oh my god. It wasn't 20 years. How many days to Lost Ark? Like a week? It was almost 20 years? That's like impossible. I'd be going to college at 7. I'd have to be some like Doogie Howser genius. Maybe we'll do a Basil with this. Maybe it works out well in Basil. All right, we're gonna do Basil, and then we're gonna do it with Critlet. We're gonna compare the two. I kind of sound like Nick from New Girl. I haven't seen it, so I can't say. Bragging, that is IQ. I do say that I'm literally a genius. Because, I mean, I am. 37 minus 20? No. 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 20 years ago, you were a senior in high school? Yeah, man. Man, what was that like? How did that work out for you? I did not graduate from college 27 years ago. That's not true. We were dunking dudes like you in toilets? No way. That looks like okay damage. I think it's gonna start roaring soon. That feels really bad. I missed the pop-up attack. Wait, you say elderly as in somebody who was a senior in 2002 is elderly? You're almost 39? Best part about getting older is the older you get, the less of a crap you give about anything else. This is great. Just gonna be happy. Oh, I just died. That's cool. You think there's a way for me to fit, like, more speed sharpen on this? Or do I just have to, like, live with wet fish? You were born in 2002? How's that? Pretty young. How'd that work out for you? Outside of random pains, getting older is the best thing you could ever do. Like, for real. It's amazing. I guess we'll just do tornado slashes. Sounds like copium? That's the best part about getting older, though, is you don't care anyways. Yeah, no, we're in a hell dimension, so, like, you know, everything sucks, but you're like, hey, at least, like, I lived a life before this hell dimension, really kicked into high gear. That was 715. Is 27 getting older? Oh, sure, yeah. Am I married? I am married, yeah. Doesn't get better, you get better at dealing with it? Yeah, your attitude will change. I feel like this has been good damage. You're 25, you feel old? Oh no. Nope. Not old. Nope. No, you got it. You know. 25 is a nice age. You've had some experiences. You still have your whole life ahead of you. You know, if everything's a mistake, plenty of time to course correct. No big deal. Wow, he's ready for capture already? 27's all downhill? No, 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 no. Was that damage from the Valstrax? Or, like, was I actually doing damage there? You treasure me? You're 30 and boy, how you feel it? Dude, imagine how it feels being, like, almost 40. Like, you hurt your ankle. You're like, man, I wonder if my ankle's gonna ever get better. And it's like, no, actually, it's just gonna hurt forever now. That's just your ankle. It sucks. I'm like training up all these animals like I'm gonna actually like use them someday. How long has my ankle been hurting? Like 2 weeks. So, I don't know if anyone was paying attention. I know I wasn't. Let's see if this is better damage. This is not Dragonheart, which is kind of what it would need. Chat is level 4. Oh, I should probably do something about that. Whatever, he'll be fine. It looked like it was doing good damage, right? Somebody, I promise you, some butt boy is gonna waddle in halfway through this match and be like, I thought you were gonna be making elemental weapons. That's Narga Kuga. What the hell is it? There it is. I'm gonna drop the switch on my toe and tell a story about it has to be amputated? I hope not. It's definitely gonna be a much more comfy weapon to run. The only thing I remember is the bug did like 45 damage on the tail. I can't remember anything else. I did no other recordings. No comparisons. Nothing. Didn't I already make every single element? But sometimes there are like anti-skills. And those can be pretty good. That looked like a lot of damage. Well, I think Nara was doing more damage in the air. No, I think the Narwhal did more damage. Oh, could have been. And rage was the difference. Metaforms and Discord groups are scrambling right now? I don't know. Certainly, though, did Wyvern Exploit get applied to elemental damage? It should. Well, here's the real test. We're gonna be doing a tornado slash spam on the head. How do you use Rise Encyclave? You're used to World Encyclave? You could play it exactly the same. Or you could do aerial attacks, and they will actually deal damage. I don't know, man. It felt like Narwa did more damage. Can I show the Narwa set after this? Yeah, I'd be happy to. I went for it. I mean, it's like an extreme amount of work for like maybe like 5% more damage, but like that's kind of what I like. I mean, okay, I was trying to counter it. Is this prep for a video? Someday I'll make another video. I made a dank Discord post. Any plans to ever go back and stream the old games, 3rd gen and beyond? You'll be happy to know that I literally just, I'm on the cusp of finishing a all monster challenge where I went back and played Freedom Unite up through, well, Rise, and I beat every monster in every game. Yeah. There's an archive channel that it's got everything, I think. GU is the only one we haven't done. And I should finish GU before Sunbreak comes out. What? Nope. Murph, dude, I don't know if there's any in-game explanation as to why Cutting and Blunt get what they get. That was 682? But that was without white sharpness. Let's try it again with white sharpness, or white extra. State. Now I did 715. How is it so much more damage? What's my archive channel? Overlord Dean is running it. It's like SDShepard archive. I should probably update a Twitch command. After this hunt, I'll do that. It's wonderful. No ads, other than the ones that YouTube forces you. It's actually, so far, Goat Muffin, it's been every monster in each game. So yeah, I mean, there's been repeats. I mean, in theory, Narwa would be everything. That's aerial, at least. I mean, anti-aerial and anti-aquatic cover pretty much everything. Yeah, this is hitting at 582. How is this possible? Come on, guys. Watch him run in. Run into it. Why do I look at you like you have the answer to my questions? I don't know, man. Maybe you do. Give me an answer. Just give me one. Because if I look at the screen, I'm confronted by my own shame. That's why. Does that help? Sure. Okay. This will be amazing if we actually found, like, one good Narwhal weapon. In, like, this miasma of garbage. That's crazy. It was a better Thunder Switch Axe than Narwhal? Well, Zinogre's pretty good. Narwhal Insect Glaive seems good. I think I made the Switch Axe, but I don't think I ever saved it. But I did make it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Attack and ice resistance. I mean, there's some monsters that take dragon damage and deal dragon damage. It's not unheard of. There can be an ice monster that's also weak to ice. It was a joke. I don't even remember the original context. It was something like, I was joking about how streamers would be like, I don't know, it's my birthday, I'll do this sub goal. Like, I was making fun of sub goals. And somewhere along the line, I said, if you guys donate 50 subs, I'll show whole. And then people started donating subs. And then later, Twitch staff came in my stream and chat was complaining because I hadn't shown them whole. And they're like, Twitch staff, our streamer met a sub goal and he didn't do what he said he would do. And Twitch staff was like, well, you really should follow any sort of sub goals that you have. And then she came back 6 months later, and she said, I'll just type it in chat. This is what she did. This is what she did. She typed that. That's not me. She typed that. We're gonna do this one more time. You missed it? Type it again. Here you go. You could type it too if you want. Sorry if people don't like the matchup of Insect Glaive versus Basil, but I'm very interested. I mean, I'm testing out this Insect Glaive to see if it's, like, worth using. Which, like, there's only a couple. There's, like, what? Tigrex, Basil, and Kushala where it might be good on. Doesn't that just look like more damage? Basil's definitely one of the better choices to farm for. Narwhal's okay. That was only at level 2. And we did like almost 500. That was 531. So it's at least nearly equivalent, if not superior. And that's on the strongest raw attack that I'm going to have in the game. I mean, I just hit like a 107. About equivalent? No, it's superior because like you gotta count up like all like the little points of damage. Like, what I'm trying to say is that Wyvern Dive is going to be the strongest we're possibly going to get from a raw perspective, which means every other hit that we're doing should be better because you have to add up like all the little elemental hits. Very interesting. Keep in mind it's also a level 8 bug as well. That just hit for 728. That other hit wasn't even a crit. What the hell? Well, I mean, if you're only going to make one Insect Blade, yeah, I mean, I guess you'd make Narga, but in this one matchup... Alright, guys. Ah, damn it, I'm gonna get it next time. I mean, we have 100% crit here. You have to remember, too, we aren't using Dragonheart on Nargacuga. That might push it ahead. Basil, Tigrix, don't forget Kushala. I wonder if the Narwhal Gun Lance is any good. 793 on a training dummy? If you're attacking the head takes 100% raw damage. Oh, the Kinsect should definitely deal more damage than Narga, because Narga's a level 7 bug. Blunt. This is level 8 element. Element is cool, but farming all the sets and weapons is work. I mean, that's the nice part about it, is like, it gives you something to do. I try Narwhal on the dummy as well. It's not going to look as good because anti-aerial isn't going to be activated on it. I mean, we try it anyways. Just want to see it just for laughs. Increase the damage by 5%. $356. What's anti-aerial? It's a ramp-up skill? Elder Dragons, Flying Wyverns, and Bird Wyverns take 5% more damage. 387. I'll say the Nargacuga Insect Glaive is comfier to use, for sure. This one's definitely like high effort. It does affect the Elder Dragons, yep. Wyvern Exploit does not. It is weird. It's possible Narwa didn't crit on all those hits. 386. How good is Ice Encyclave? Is it Kushala? Yep. Comfier to use? It means it's got a lot more white sharpness. $368. Whatever. We saw it ourselves. We saw it with our own eyes. Yeah, this is a bit harder to use. In the sense that, like, I'm a little bit more reliant on my cats. 60% raw, 20% element on the stomach. Well, it's not exactly infinite sharpness for Narga, but it does pretty good. The bug actually moves now. That's kind of nice. I hit for 382. Yeah, so it's a little misleading, but, you know, with your cap buff going on and everything else, it definitely feels like it pulls ahead. The glaive does look really good. The Naga Insect glaive's kind of gross looking. It's a shame that's locked to normal 4. It's a shame that's also locked to normal 4. That makes me depressed. Oh, I'm so depressed. What cat skill gives you crit? Every fighter cat has it. It's called Rousing Roar. You're right. Training Room does give all the spirit buff birds, and it does influence Raw a little bit more. It's really upsetting. You're back. Welcome back, Fume. Let's do an All Mother. Parry damage weapons affected by thunder resistance? Nope. No, the parry resistance has its own weakness tree. There might be some correlation between para and thunder for certain monsters, but like Zinogre is pretty resistant to it, but that's not like necessarily like a hard and fast true. Hard and fast rule, true. It's more of a correlation than a causation. Thanks. Oh, you're welcome. We actually found the Narwa Insect Glaive is really, really good, Fume. Like, really good. Surprisingly good. Oh! I almost forgot! Lance. Did I downgrade it? Wait, what the hell? This should be much better if we do anti-aerial. Yeah, it's a big lance. Pretty proud of it. Three. 5. 7. Have you tested Narwa Insect Glaive against Pookie? I have not. I'm so sorry. I haven't. Should I? I guess we could put offensive guard on here. I wonder if Baroth ends up being better value, though. Would Narwa Encyclade be good against Apex Wraths? Nah. You'd want to use the Valstrax Encyclave. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible, but Valstrax is going to be better. They're weaker to Dragon than they are to Thunder. Why is that a level 3 deck? It's not even that good. It's not even that good of a skill. That's weird. Think Challenger is going to be good against Sunbreak with Master Rank enemies more likely to enrage? I think things enrage pretty quickly here. It's just like we don't have the room for it. What am I doing? There you go. What does this last point give us? 16? Do we get 17? Or 18? 18 would be huge. 17. Well. Probably just going to gem in some grind. I know we don't really need it. But the scaling is not doing much. Val Encyclave is good then? Val's pretty good against everything, yeah. There's really not many things that I'd say it's like, oh. Rampage bow is still the best for element? Depends on the bow. I mean, they're never a bad choice. There are certain bows, though, that have better base stats. Like Rachna Kodachi's like better for fire. Stuff like that. Even better than Narga? Narga's just good if you're running Dragonheart. If you're not running Dragonheart, it's not usually like the best. It's good, but now against Apex Rathalos, it's hard to say because his head becomes 80% cutting when he's enraged, which is disgusting. It's good against Rathian though. This lance is so big. What is this lance element? It meets its contractual obligation of being an elemental lance. That was a big slap. What did I miss? I'm gonna try and break everything on the whole monster. I mean, I don't necessarily, like, go out of my way to, like, cut the tail or anything like that, you know? I hit whatever takes the most damage. I will learn to block it eventually. It, like, hits you on the head. Have to block the tip. I think I'm just, like, I'm standing too far forward. Mommy! It'd be sweet if when they did the Super Ibushi quest, you did this, he dropped down, and then he ate the narwhal. Those seem like some pretty gnarly pokes. Does Bludgeoner affect damage of Charge Blade impact files? Bludgeoner will, because it directly changes the damage of your weapon. Like, that directly goes up. Mind's Eye... I don't know. I don't think so. You can test it on the back of the Toad Adversary and let us know what you find out, though. Because technically they can't bounce. Like, I don't think impact files care what they hit. That was a 357 damage slap. The hell? Yeah, I don't feel like the white sharpness for Ibushi is worth it. You know, the whole appeal of Ibushi is you don't have to do anything. I am that guy. I'm that guy in your quest. What are these hits? Why am I hitting for so much damage? Oh, yeah. Oh, God, no. I wasn't even paying attention to my life. Oh, I was having so much fun. Oh, I was having so much fun. That's anticlimactic. Welcome to the stream. Dragonheart? I mean, I don't... level 1 Dragonheart doesn't give you a damage buff. It's only level 4 and level 5. Tell you, the Dragon Blight shouldn't matter. Resuscitate. No resuscitate on the arms either. It's just the arms are Dragonheart 1, Weakness Exploit 2. I feel like they rotate Enigma. So casual pokes are like 102 damage, right? Let's try it with a raw lance afterwards. Oh no! I shielded through the air! I did not want to do that! No! I was hoping it was gonna pop me up and I blocked it! Oh, that's amazing. Dulling Strike effect files? Dulling Strike makes it so that you've got a 10% chance of doing 20% more raw damage on any individual physical hit you do. I mean, offensive guard is only like 5% more damage. This should not... I don't think this would normally be hitting this hard. But it is. I mean, unless you're fighting something weak to Thunder, there's really no reason not to run Dueling Strike if you're going for like a heavy SAD playstyle with the Rajang Charge Blade. God knows it'll help you overall a little bit more than the affinity buff because you're probably not building max crit boost. I mean, I guess if you are, the affinity might help. Every Rajang ramp up for the most part is just like mediocre. There's nothing there that's like, oh wow, I'm so happy to have this. Oh, yeah, not carve the tail? Whatever. Going all in on file damage? Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe occasionally it will proc an effective file damage. If it did, it would be a lot more, but... See if Tigris can keep up. What did we see? Some 312s? We were hitting for over 300 damage sometimes, right? It's the first monster game you hit max HR. The answer might surprise you. I didn't carve the tail, whatever. Saw 357. There was consistently some over 300s, right? Is Valstrax still meta? If you're willing to put up with running Dragonheart, for the most part, yeah. If you're not running Dragonheart, things get a lot more interesting. Just finished Xeno? Congratulations. Did I get them all? It's kind of weird seeing the hunter's mouth open when they're attacking. If you're at just the right angle, everything raw-related, Valstrax is the go-to. If you're willing to run it, in most situations, yeah. It's the weirdest one I've ever had. You know, the occasional moments when you have resuscitate up can be pretty significant as well. When resuscitate, maybe I mean resentment is what I meant to say. I get the two mixed up sometimes. Yeah, kind of weird names. Easy, don't blame me? Dude, I was doing some testing once, and I'm like, this skill is so broken! But it was just me being dumb. I'm like, this skill doesn't work, Capcom, fix your game! Well, like, I had screwed up, and I was looking for the wrong. And Nixie Ting? If you join the Discord, I've got a list there for subs. Freshly updated sets. Don't. Stop. Nice. Hey, we got a window orb. My life is suffering. I'm not gonna lie, that looks like some pretty good damage too. I don't know. Oh, I saw 373. I saw 373 come out. But it looks like on average the damage numbers seemed higher on Ibushi. I don't know why. Critlis Rejoice? Was 357, were they the same? I mean, to be fair, on something like the sack, it should be more. For sure there was at least one 360. Dude, I'm telling you, I think... Oh, there's a 405? Oh, no. Oh, no. Lance needs to be nerfed? You're the first person who's ever said that. Ibushi's not bad. I mean, technically... Ibushi is also, like, easier in the sense, like... You have to sharpen a lot less. What percent of a helm splitter is that 433 crit lance counter? 200%. I think it's really neat. I think it's neat that it does as well as it does. And we're only comparing it on the big sack hits. I'm telling you, the smaller hits were better for Narwa or Ibushi. I'm just glad it's viable. Beyond viable. Oh, the last part where Narwa's tweaking out. I mean, insta-guarding can help with certain attacks and certain chains. If you anchor rage the hand, you get slammed by the thunder. Should've done a guarding advance there. I'm not gonna heal. We got this. Ugh. No. Please, no. I know we're close. Like, I'm not gonna heal if we're close. There's no reason to. No fortify. Oh, you can't guard advance directly out of anchor rage? My plan was flawed from the start. I knew it! I don't know, I felt like, is it just me or did Ibushi feel like it went faster? Yeah, no, I need to switch back to the shield. I need to switch back to the shield. I think that would be better too. I have 1 point of evade extender on this lance. Don't forget the tail this time. It's a gem, I love you. Did you know anti-aerial works on it, Nibblesnarf? You're probably running anti-aerial. You're probably like way ahead of me. tail. Get off my nuts. Nice. You're doing. I know. I hope none of you are getting sick of seeing this. I really apologize if you do. No, I did testing. It actually works. All Elder Dragons are affected by anti-aerial. So you'll get even more damage that way, because that's going to boost your raw. $11.32 versus $12.17. I'm sure I could get sub 10. No, no, no. You don't need to make another Ibushi Lance. You really don't. Just switch it over. I think not running guard 5 on Lance and running insta-block on Lance makes it a lot more interesting to watch. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's more than 10 raw Nibble Snarf. Like, it's more than 10. No, I mean, next to anti-aquatic, anti-aerial and Wyvern Exploit are the best ramp-ups in the game when active. The only thing that might come close is like the Cat Claw dual blade skill. But that's like a little gimmicky. There's like a button prompt that lets you shield advantage in the air. I screwed it up. Just press guard? Just press guard, 5-head? One day I'll get it. This isn't going well. This is going a little bit better. I would argue Lance is more fun in Rise. I know some people get really mad over slap lancing. I don't even think it's a timing thing. I think it's more of a positioning thing. You can see how bow damage balances with melee? It doesn't. Well, maybe with longsword. What am I doing? clutch counter with Lance. That was amazing. I mean, we get some cool toys to play with instead of that, though. That's not all bad. That was second rock. I think it's scripted. Trying to grab that Vigor Wasp. Didn't get an early down, but that's okay. We'll get one here. So the reason you swap back to Stamina Pedal Ace? Oh, I just never... I'd have to go in and fix all of my sets, and I just don't really care. That was a cool shield rush. Freaks me out sometimes when it goes for the cats. 20 lower than Tigrex? I think without offensive guard, I think offensive guard really needs to be up for this weapon to compete. Oh, shoot. We certainly haven't gotten over 500 yet. Chainsaw Charge Blade against All Mommy? I'd be happy to. That Teostra nearly destroyed me. I don't know if we'll get one more attack off. Maybe one. How many thousands of times have I done this quest? I've done it maybe 30. So wait, Vicisium, what's your status report on all the bougie items that I've purchased? Toothbrush, socks, underwear. What's the verdict? Am I really living the luxurious life, or am I just another Instagram fraud? They're definitely all necessary things. That's not the point. The point is I've got higher quality ones. Instagram frog? Frogs are cool. I get it. Just push R. Like once. Toothbrush is a game changer. If you're gonna wear just underwear, you like it a lot, but with clothes it matters less? I mean, they're not meant to be. It's not like male lingerie. You planning for a little strut show? Well, I mean, in both appearances and comfort, I feel like the underwear kind of wins. I have no... If this was faster, I have no idea how it happened. I wasn't even particularly good. I don't know. For some reason, Ibushi feels like it's faster, and I don't know why. I really don't. I guess I didn't cart. So I guess that doesn't hurt. It's the more consistent critting? I mean, my Tigrex set has 100% crit on it. I think. 20, 70. When my cat is given the buff. I mean, they're hitting at the same amount, is I guess what I'm saying. Debatably, my Tigrex actually has more affinity. Weird. I think Ibushi might come out ahead when I'm not hitting the sack, and it just adds up. But I'd really have to go through and, like, analyze individual damage numbers. But on the sack, like, you could tell, like... Wait, oops. And maybe I should switch it around. There's maybe a setup I can have that's better. Love how element... Oh, here it comes. Uh-huh, all right. I mean, the sack is really only 20% more damage than Ibushi would really... It would benefit a lot. I mean, anti-arrow, any anti-skill is very powerful when it's active. Because it's affecting all of your damage. 379 versus 359. Only 20 damage difference on the sack for like a heavy raw weapon. With the heaviest of raw attacks. It's pretty significant. No, I think it's both, Fume. Pretty sure it's everything. Why are you running? I've actually got 2 of these charge blades. The builds should end up being basically the same. It's the ramp-ups that really change things. That was fast. Did I see the ad redeem? I think I went over to do it and then I didn't do it. Remind me after this and all that. I don't think I'm a fan of the Ibushi charge blade. I want to be. Yo, why am I hitting like 42s? That's crazy. I hit like 45s, man. Those are some big-ass numbers. People who don't play Charge Blade or Savage X Charge Blade, trust me, those are some big butt numbers there. You know, that was going to be a lot cooler in my head than what actually happened. We can test raw Charge Blade afterwards. I'm telling you, I don't think Narga can compete, dude. Nice. I was wondering when Tiester was going to show up. While I'm grinding a Bushi Narwa? I'm not necessarily grinding it. Like, I'm not... I mean, I wouldn't mind getting a gem. It's mostly, like, I'm doing some testing for the weapons. If that makes any sense. Like, I'm testing element versus raw, which, like, Narwa is usually, like, a very good elemental monster. But I don't think my Narga switch charge blade will hit this hard. Is it even worth riding when I deal that much tick damage? It's worth it. What's the worst ride to get in this fight? I don't know, they're all pretty good. Magna Malo is probably the best to get. This is annoying. Can we all just pretend that I did not just hit a 2 damage SAED? Can I try condensed elemental slash later? What? What? No, no. Why would I? It's not going to be as much damage. It's like not even going to be close. Man, we're getting some almost longsword times here. Got hit a lot. I could have done better, too. I mean, at the end there, it was getting sloppy. We'll see. So what were we hitting at? 45? Was that 45 damage? All right, we'll try it. How about sword and shield? Well, we're gonna do this first. At 45. When I saw those 45s, I was like freaking out. Ad break. Okay. Why do you guys want to watch so many ads? What is that? What is pushing it to 45? Probably the dragon damage. I'm sitting down because I messed up my ankle and I've been standing on it and it's been hurting. So I'm like, maybe I'll stand or maybe I'll sit. Doesn't look like I'm sitting, but I promise you I am. Your Narga's doing 20s. That doesn't sound good. Did I go to a doctor? I'm not going to a doctor. Not in this country. In the United States of America? Yeah, I do stream standing up. I'm fine. It's just a sprain. Like, you can really tell the people that don't live in the US, like, oh, you should see a doctor. Okay. Yes, let me waste my time, possibly get hurt even more, and then lose a bunch of money. Excellent. Is this the set with peak performance? I switch it to artillery. Might get in a second KO here. Does this fully cancel the rocks? Well, that was exciting. Well, we still got to see the damage numbers on All Mother. How's my day? It's been pretty good. We've had a lot of fun. Some interesting revelations. Dude, we didn't even get rocks. This is gonna be so fast. This is like an element. It happens every time. We've been working on the builds all day long. We're working on them now. We're comparing damage. Man, we're still on like that first. That's 41. That's pretty good damage. I mean, it's no 45s. Getting a KO soon. When we say a simple doctor visit is expensive, when I went to see my doctor last year, she wanted to check my blood to see if, like, my vitamin D levels were okay. And the blood test cost $350. I mean, good damage, but, less. Those files are sad? They're okay. 70 damage isn't bad. You pay $200 a month and you see a doctor once a year? Oh, yeah. Oh, don't even get... You guys... The most bougie aspect of my lifestyle is the fact that my wife and I actually pay for health insurance. It is not kind to the self-employed. Narga's a better all-around charge blade. Are you coping right now about Narga Kuga, sexy boy doll? Dude, it wasn't even close. Valstrax is like smoking it, dude. I mean, it's okay to, like, scream in the night. Like, it's a good charge blade. But, like, objectively, Valstrax is doing more damage, and it's easier to maintain. I mean, it's still good, and in this one hunt, like, because we got a KO, like, it's putting in a lot of work. Trust me, Narga is completely okay. Don't take anything I'm doing right now as, like, me saying, like, oh, you made Narga. Oh, what a big dummy. Oh, you made the wrong choice. No, it's great. Like, we're doing very similar damage. You hope Sunbreak End boss is a Narwhal reskin? I promise you will not be a Narwhal reskin. Favorite monster in Rise? Kind of like Apex Mitsu or normal Mitsu. They've got some fun movesets. Oh, oops. old Fatalis became the only Fatalis in this game. An okay high. It's not amazing. I like the design of World's Fatalis better. Oh, really crapping our pants here at the end, huh? Come on, please. This is what I get for going critlet. Oh, well deserved. Well, I mean 922, but we skipped Ibushi. Like we seriously basically skipped him. This is a lot of fun. No 2 damage files. I mean, the trick is never do that. Never do that attack. But yeah, I would say that the damage on Valstrax felt pretty worth it. Which is cool, because like Valstrax, you know, endgame monster, hard fight. It's nice that he's got good equipment. Get the tail. I got the tail. We're good. We're good on the tail. Are there more speedruns coming from Rise? I got to do the routing. I've been working on the routing a little bit off stream. We will be doing some between now and Sunbreak. We'll be doing some speedruns. This is the second one I got of this. No, Sexy Boy Dolph. I mean, Valstrax is only going to be good against monsters that are weak to dragon. I'll tell you which ones those are. So, Rathalos, Rathian, kind of Mitsu, but not really. You want anti-aquatic on Mitsu. Narwa, All-Mother, Ibushi. Nothing else. Rathalos, Rathian. Bizarios? It's good against Bizarios. He takes good dragon damage. I don't know. There might be a sleeper. Gonna do speedruns with fun weapons or bowgun like everyone else? Who the hell do you think I am? If I could never do a light bowgun speedrun in my life, I would be so happy. I was thinking dual blades to start. I feel like dual blades would be a good run. I might do heavy bowgun because those would be funny. How much for a light bowgun run? You couldn't afford it. I don't know, man. If you really care, I've got a talent agent. I don't want to do it. I already said I didn't want to do it. How does that make me the asshole? Light bowgun turn. No. I'm not an oil bear. Can we have a sub goal? No, you cannot. You cannot get a sub goal for it because I don't want to do it. There's already a dozen of them snooze fest light bowgun runs out there if that's what you really want to see. Charge blade is cool. All right, let me tell you which weapons I would probably route first. Sword and shield, dual blades, hammer, hunting horn, switch axe, charge blade. Maybe gunlance. Gunlance could be fun. Let me see my build. Do you want to see this build, or do you want to see the Valstrax build? Not aerial dual blades. I don't care if they're faster. I'm not running them. Is there a routing that would have you use the rocket charge? I don't think so. Not really. What counts as Neopteron Plus? Those are the bugs. Like the little bugs. Mostly like Alteroths and Bonabras. Alright. I'm gonna leave. I gotta go get groceries. We're running Evade Extender? Yes. I run... Wait, no. Wait. Yes. Yes, I do. Yeah, 1 point of Evade Extender, I would say, is almost necessary if you're doing Savage Axe. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome. I love you all. Join the Discord. The Discord works now. Yeah, but I still have to order the Instacart. I still got to do that. I haven't done it. All right. I love you. I will see you all tomorrow. Oh, my anus. No YouTube tonight. Well, we're gonna... YouTube streams are coming back with Lost Ark. My aching anus. I really gotta go. I gotta go. I love you. Oh, my ass hurts so much. All right, goodbye.